Buenos días a todos y todas.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Javier Segura, and I'm here as rapporteur for this event. And I will start today welcoming you all to all the authorities, the speakers, and everyone that is here, present and online. And I would like to dedicate this morning that we are going to talk about healthy cities, exchange experience. And if we talk about healthy cities, we need to talk about how to improve the health, the sustainability, and the equity of our cities. The health minister, together with the FEM, has a really attractive menu for today. And we have 3 round tables and a conference. And we also have the opportunity to talk and debate. We start today with the starting point. Well, we have different authorities, and the first person will be María José Catalá Verdet, who is the mayor of Valencia and also spokesperson of the government board of FEMP. Good morning, everyone. Minister, delegate, health counselor, vice secretary, director general, and the members of the University of Valencia, authorities, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Valencia. It is a pleasure to be here in this meeting for the healthy cities in the Spanish framework. As a mayor, and also as a member of the government and the board FEM, I want to remind you that it is a privilege for us to be here, to be able to act and be responsible on the citizens' health. And we have here a framework which is really special. And before I was talking with the vice director and all the people that was with us, that this place is just the message. This area, the surrounding, protects the biodiversity of Valencia, but also it's a place for our citizens. It's a wonderful surrounding. It is really a pleasure to have a green city where we can breathe early in the morning, the healthy air, and we see these surroundings that are really interesting, not only for children, that they are always around here. I don't know if this is going to happen today, but also for the elderly ones. And that's what we are going to talk about. We are going to talk about policy making to promote health and to be effective boosting these healthy cities. You know that Valencia is one of the 507 cities that belong to this network of healthy cities. And it's a network that represents over 8 million of people. So it's not something small that we are talking here today. It's a big goal, and we are trying to represent a lot of people, and they want and they need that we take care of their environment. Valencia is a nice city, welcoming and warming, especially for children. I hope that you got the chance to see this in the last hours that you have been visiting Valencia. I know that yesterday you had a guided tour around this area, thanks to the university. I also need to recommend you to go to the river. I think that most of you are located next to the river, and that's one of our success stories. It's the story of how a city that had floodings, and it was a sad story, we transformed, and this story became that old river basin in one of the main lungs of the city, where you can see people every day, every time doing sports with their children, walking around and breathing air, which is really important. And this is a success story, and that's why Valencia is elected as the green capital for the 2024 in Europe. It's a challenge, and it's a shared challenge. for all the municipal groups. And we want to jump on this and go a little further, because we knew once that we were able to transform our city from a bad, a sad story as it was the flooding. And if we were able to make that a success story, now we need to take a step further and go beyond in the same direction. And that's what we are working on. And we are betting for these green environments. I'm not sure if we will have time, if you will be able to visit the Albufera, because we don't have, the agenda is quite hectic, but I invite you to come over any other time, because the Albufera is one of the most beautiful places to go. Even if you can go in the sunset, the light is magic. That light that Valencia has, inspired by the famous painter Sorolla and many other writers. You can see that special light and you see the day going to an end, and it's a really magical moment. I hope that your visit is really fruitful, that you feel that Valencia is welcoming you with an open heart, and that you had the chance to have a nice paella. Well, I believe that you have the paella today. So this is really important also, nourishing and enjoying food and the typical meals here. And that's everything on my side. Welcoming you. I really believe the local administrations have a lot of work ahead, and that we have many challenges, such as the financial model, trying to boost and generate more opportunities as the one that we have today. And we also have a shared challenge together with the Valencian community and the councillor, but I'm aware that they are already working on it. And it is that we need to improve the health assistance and also the knowledge about the life quality and health habits. And that's what we are working on right now, the mayor and all the ones that are working here today. Thank you again for coming here. I hope that your experience here in Valencia is really nice. And I hope that you get to participate in these days and have a fruitful day. I know that, as I said before, the agenda is quite hectic, Minister. But once again, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you, so you can come, for instance, in Fallas, which is a really interesting moment to come to Valencia. I also welcome to all of you here to come in Fallas. And thank you so much to come here and make this a special moment. Thank you very much.
Gracias, alcaldesa.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Next person coming here to the stand is Ángeles Solanes Corella, the Vice Rector of Permanent Formation, Teaching and Education Transformation and Employment from the Valencian University. Good morning, everyone. Minister, Councillor, Mayor, Vice Dean, Council and different authorities, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, in name of the University of Valencia and in name of Maria Vicente Mestre, that cannot be here because she's not in Valencia, it is a great honor for us to welcome all of you in the Botanical Garden from the Valencian University, that, as our mayor said, is a really special place, and it is the message itself, a message of sustainability. In this special environment, in this green lung from the Valencian city, I would like to highlight that our university was founded in 1945 with the medicine studies. Those were the initial studies in the Valencian University together with the law faculty. Back then, it was not in regulation because it started in the century 13th. So we are talking a long time ago, when in the century 16th, the university was rooted, linked to the medicine studies, and in 1802 started this space that the University of Valencia bought for the university. So we are talking about the botanical gardens that are the elderly ones from the Europe, and they are protected. But at the same time, it is an investigation center, a cultural space, and we are an auditorium to think, to debate, and to exchange ideas, always open to our citizens. Hence, it is a honor for our university to welcome here you and to have this high-level meeting with healthy cities improving health, equity, and sustainability from the local level. As a public university, we are really compromised in equity and sustainability values through our teaching, investigation, innovation, and transferring knowledge. And we are also engaged in the development of our territory, especially from our university, from the Valencian University. We have different cross-cutting areas and trying to be dynamic together with the other institutions. Institutions such as the town hall, the Spanish government, that we can see here today in this high-level meeting. We are really convinced that it will be a true success. Thank you so much, Minister, for choosing this university and this special environment to take place with this high-level meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, very welcome to the University of Valencia. We are really happy to have you here today. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Vice Dean. Right after, we'll have Don Marciano Gómez Gómez, the Valencian Community Health Counselor. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Minister, Delegate, Vice Dean, General Director of Health authorities from the university, friends, good morning. It is a great pleasure for me to be here at the starting point in the framework of this high-level meeting that we are seeking to share and boost the promotion of health. This that takes place in Valencia, in this special place in the Botanical Garden, together with special people for this topic, we try to boost this health at a local and national level in order to improve the health of the population. And for this, it is important the collaboration with the municipalities and the prevention of the disease. Our health community tries to boost this health. Cities and villages can actively work on this, trying to reduce the inequalities in a perspective of equity. In Valencian communities, almost 3,000 municipalities that are linked to the network that tries to reorganize the municipality governments to engage the participation and the politics related to the health. We are also trying to engage in different projects and different municipalities, such as trying to amplify these health environments, also helping moms, and trying to help the vulnerable population. Healthy cities improving health, equity, and sustainability from the local level. We will share the opportunities with different administrations when we try to advocate for health and the impact on our cities and municipalities. Thank you very much and welcome you all.
Gracias, conseller.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And now we'll have the closing with José Manuel Miñones from the Spanish Health Minister.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. Delegate, Councillor, Vice Dean, Director, speakers, experts, friends, ladies and gentlemen. I must confess that I was really hoping to be here today, that we would have this opportunity to share experiences, to exchange ideas from different territories and kickstart this day of high level that we wanted to develop from the European Council, and especially in this framework and in this environment in the botanical garden that we can breathe fresh air. It is truly my pleasure to be here in this beautiful space where we can talk about health, and when we have something really important that is applying this health and these policies from the governments, the territories and the environments, all related to our citizens. I would like to start saying thank you to the Valencian University for allowing us to be here in this healthy environment. Thank you also for the presence of the mayor and also for the participation from the FEMP, for their constant support, for their collaboration with the health minister to boost this high-level meeting focused on the healthy cities that boost health. I know that this was quite shocking in Europe, the fact that we have this high-level meeting in this area, because normally it's linked to health meetings and how to improve different disease, or they discuss management, health management, which obviously they are needed, but these high-level meetings are quite often. But the reason why we are here, the reason of this high-level meeting, it is clear. From the health minister, we always thought that the prevention and boosting health is our priority. Prevention and promotion of health. And I believe that since I took place here is that the key to advancing health is boosting and trying to raise awareness about prevention. All the inversions that we can do today, and we are well aware of these, will have a return in the future 10 times. And that's the reason why discussing with all these communities and entities, it is crucial to be able to do all this prevention and boosting health. And that's why we are here, and that's why we have this high-level meeting about healthy cities and in this framework. And I must confess that I know from the very first hand the outreach that this can have in the municipalities, in the different villages, with everything that is related to boosting the health habits of our citizens. And I know this because I've been lucky and I had the opportunity to do it at a municipality level during 13 years of my life as a council, after as a mayor. I had this responsibility and I was aware the outreach of this policy making and how to do these health strategies for our citizens. And this responsibility also opened my doors for this network of healthy cities, to be aware of the activities that we are doing and the outreach that it has and how important it is. It's been an enriching experience that showed me that the municipalities are spaces for health and they are strategic points. And all the policies that we can carry out will be always meaningful if we hear our citizens. And that's our reality. And that's why I'm here today, and I want to take advantage of this opportunity to recognize this space and these meetings as essential to improve the health and the life quality of our citizens. This network has over 507 members, which are unique for our health network, and we need to take care of this, and we also need to take advantage of this from these municipalities where all these 507 members represent more than 27.5 million of citizens. And that's why from the government we incorporate the Healthy Cities Network, and we are trying to promote all these laws through the health minister, and we provided 18 million and a half to this network between 2020 and 2022, and right now we are implementing one for this year 2023 and implement these healthy habits and environments, as I said before, to promote the health. The results have been really positive. We have more than 200 projects that have been funded through this network, and we'll see the ones up for the upcoming 2023. And this positive work we wanted to reinforce with a convenium. We, together with the health minister and the different provinces, we try to implement a strategy at a national level to boost the health and prevention. This line to collaborate with the local and provincial administrations is the one that allows us to have specific actions to improve our health that has a direct impact on our citizenship. This is the work that we need to carry out all together and in collaboration with the administrations. And this dynamic role that we have for our health is not only carried out to improve our infrastructures or new cycle lines, or maybe with the green belts or with new leisure spaces. It goes beyond that. A few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to travel to Sevilla, also in a high-level meeting related to HIV, where we highlighted one of the actions where Spain is one of the first ones to answer in the HIV and other diseases too. And I think that many of you might be not aware of this, that Sevilla was a pioneer in this sense, knowing that Spain is one of the countries that is on the front line fighting of the HIV, and therefore being here in this meeting of healthy cities and municipalities, I wouldn't like to miss the chance to make a call and invite you to fight this type of diseases and help with these ideas. So as I was saying, the local and the environments are really important, especially if we are talking about the vulnerable districts or children or obesity. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, I know that we have the data on the table. We cannot look to the other side. We have a big challenge ahead. Spain is one of the European countries with highest risk of obesity, also for children, obesity, and we need to do something about it. This is our goal, and it should be from right now to stop this situation. This is something that we will talk in the next month in October, because it is essential and we need to collaborate all together. And I would also like to let you know that it is our goal and we are fighting against this. And I would like to invite everyone, all the Valencian community, all the communities, the minister, and everyone, so we can fight the children poverty. And we have designed an answer from at a national level, but we need the collaboration at the local level. This initiative from Patios Abiertos, it is a dynamic project with different installations and facilities that boost the food and healthy habits for the children, and it collaborates with the town halls. And with that being said, we can say that Spain that now has the government of the European Union, of the Council of the European Union, we have a crucial role. Therefore, I would like to share with you that Spain asked to the Council of the European Union to recognize this paper of the cities to protect the health, and we hope that this work is approved before the 2023 arrives to an end. I believe that these days that we have ahead will allow us to have different experiences and projects. As I was talking before with the delegate and the councillor, that I had the chance to be aware of a project that it was really successful. It was a program of counseling in healthy habits for the schools.
Through a municipal nutritionist. That's why we want also to tackle other problems. And a strategy that was born in 2006 allowed us to acknowledge which are the results, the long-term and middle-term results of our healthy nutrition habits. In 2019, we had a review, and it showed that the students with healthy menus, also at home with their dinner, and that included healthy habits in food, visited 80% less the health centers. So we must benefit from this experience. We must leverage what our municipalities are telling us. And I'm ending here my speech. Friends, thank you very much. We are here to build healthy environments, and we want citizenships and families to participate. Thank you, Minister, to share this objective and to improve the life of people. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Bueno, los eventos importantes.
Important moments need a picture, right? So we are going to the garden to have a group photo, and now we have a framework conference that's very interesting.
La foto es de todos, ¿eh? No solamente Bueno, vamos a empezar porque tenemos un poco justo el tiempo, vamos con un pequeño retraso. Vamos a empezar con la conferencia marco.
We are starting with the framework conference. I'm here to present Kira Fortune, the regional coordinator of WHO for the European Network of Healthy Cities. She's promoter of health, equity and sustainability. Kira, whenever you want.
And good morning, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here in Valencia in this beautiful setting. And I have to say, I thoroughly enjoyed meeting you all last night. I have to say, just stunning. And I feel like I wish we could have something like this in Copenhagen, where I currently reside. And I, of course, also would like to thank the Minister of Health for inviting us to this really important conversation. What I'm going to do today is that I am going to address the vital role of cities in really implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. And what I intend to do over the next 20-25 minutes or so is to do that by setting the scene, by providing very concrete examples as to how this is done in practice, and then share with you the future vision. So talking about the future, I always like to start my presentations with the future, but then take you back to the past. So I'd like to start by taking you back to 2015. Now, 2015 was a very historic year because this is when the global community concluded the Millennium Development Goals and also adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. It was an opportunity to take stock of our progress, and I think it's fair to say that there was much to celebrate. We saw an increase in life expectancy, a decrease in extreme poverty, and a decrease in under 5 mortality. But at the same time, there was a recognition that not everybody had benefited equally from this progress. And today, we continue to see that poverty and inequity continue to be two of the starkest and greatest challenges that we have in this century. And again, we know that if we look at the numbers here, we know that approximately 689 people worldwide live on less than $2 a day. The majority of our population are living in urban areas, and whilst urban sort of development can be a good social determinant of health, it also comes with challenges. So we know that also due to COVID-19, unfortunately, these numbers has also increased, and we know that the difference between those who have and those who have not is indeed increasing. And just to give you a concrete example, if you are a baby girl being born in Japan today, in this very moment, you are likely to live more than 32 years than a baby born in Mozambique. But when we talk about inequalities, we cannot just talk about inequalities between countries, but we also have to address those inequalities within our communities. And that's why this conversation today is absolutely essential. Because, of course, cities play a key role in addressing those inequities. And I want to give you another example. It's an example that I'm very fond of. I used to live in Washington, D.C., and I used to commute from my house in a place called Bethesda into the office. And I used to commute on this red line that you will see up here. And what was really noticeable was that within 17 stops, within 17 stops spanning 30 miles, there was an estimated difference in life expectancies of 9 years. So that's within one community. And I always like to use that example because I think it really highlights the vital role that local authorities, cities have in really addressing those inequities, really addressing that inequity gap as we move forward. Now, I've spoken a little bit about some of the global challenges that we have. If we zoom in a little bit more in detail into the European region, we have some very specific challenges that are common to this particular region. We know that 64% of our young people between the age of 18 and 30 are reporting worsening of their mental health between 2019 and 2022. 2/3 of the population in the European region are living in urban environments. And we also know that in high-income countries, 1 child in 5 live in poverty. 1.4 million Europeans are estimated to die prematurely each year due to their polluted environments. And we also know that physical activity is responsible for 1 million deaths a year. So these are just some of the stark numbers that is part of our reality. Now, in the WHO, we've set some very ambitious targets to address some of these challenges, and some of you may have heard of the 3 billion target. Our mission is to promote health, to keep the world safe, and to protect those that are most vulnerable. And to do that, we have committed to ensuring that 1 billion more people will benefit from universal health coverage in 2023, that 1 billion more people will be better protected from health emergencies, and that 1 billion more people will be enjoying health and well-being. So these are the global targets that we have set as the WHO. I work for the European Regional Office of the WHO, and we have a 5-year work plan, often referred to as the EPW. We are very fond of acronyms in the WHO. And this is really what we refer to as the implementation plan of those 3 billion targets. And what we are honing in on are sort of 4 core priorities, namely addressing mental health, addressing digital health, and addressing behavioral and cultural insights, and also addressing that of immunization. So those are the 4 core priorities that we have committed to really ensure that we address those 3 billion targets. But we talk a lot about our different mandates. But what does that mean in practice? In practice, it means that we are really looking to change the stories of our communities in the future. And I want to give you the example of Jana. And you know, I just realized that I have not used I'm looking at my own presentation here, and you are losing out on all these wonderful slides. So this is Jana. So I want to share with you the story of Jana. So Jana is a young woman who is representative of a community living in the south of the European region. Throughout her very short life, Jana has been in contact with the health systems on a number of occasions. She lives in an urban environment with very poor infrastructure. She does not have access to greens and vegetables, and she has little access to clean water. In her short life, she has been in touch with the health system on a number of occasions, and every time she has been treated, but every time she has gone back to the environment that made her sick in the first place. So colleagues, this is really what we are looking to change. We are looking to change that narrative in the future so that our communities can have a healthy life and thrive and not just survive. So this is really the narrative that we would like to change. And as I said earlier, local authorities, cities, they play a key role in making sure that we change that narrative. And that leaves me to my next point, which is really addressing the Healthy Cities Network that was established more than 35 years ago. 35 years ago, it was a novel idea that our health is created in our communities where we live, love, and work. And 35 years ago, there was a proposal to really put the Ottawa Charter on health promotion out in the streets of the people. Now, Initially, 11 cities committed to putting this idea into practice, and it was really an experiment to see how this would work. But the movement has since grown, and in between we have had many, it's grown. We now work with more than 1,600 cities across the European region, and in 2018 we had a number of mayors from the region coming together to really commit to ensuring that we put health and well-being on the top of the agenda. And the way we operate as a Healthy Cities Network is that we operate in 5-year phases. So that means that every 5 years we take stock of our progress and take stock of the latest developments. As I said, in 2018, mayors came together to, again, really put firmly on the map core priorities. And they agreed to align the vision of the Healthy Cities Network with that of the Sustainable Development Goals. So we often say that that vision, which now informs our phase 7, is really informed by the 5 P's of the SDGs, but the mayors also added a 6 P, which is that of place. So really what informs the work of the network is that of peace, the planet, place, people, participation, and prosperities. And this is really what guides the work of the network across the region. Now, as I said, we were established 35 years ago, and really what makes the Healthy Cities Network is precisely because it had 3 core components. So we have the political commitment, we have the technical commitment, and we have the community commitment. And we have a committee that consists of mayors, of political representatives from across the region. They set the priorities of the network. We have the technical excellence. We are working together with coordinators, Healthy Cities coordinators from across the region, who again are really mobilizing the communities, resources, as well as the know-how. And then we have the community participation, because of course mayors, political representatives, our coordinators, they work closely with the communities, understanding the lived realities of communities, which is of course what is tailoring often the policy at the local level. So with that, colleagues, I have very briefly taken you through the history of the Healthy Cities Network, a movement that has been in place in 35 years. In fact, this year we will be celebrating 35 years of the movement. We come together every year with all the cities that we work with to take stock of our progress and also set the priorities for the following years. And this year we will be meeting in Utrecht. The focus of this year's meeting will be that of well-being and celebrating 35 years of the movement, and you of course all invited. But it is just to say that this is a movement that's very vibrant, it has grown, and part of why it's grown is that there is of course a real recognition that cities play a key role in really moving these different public health agendas forward. And it is to say that we have the Sustainable Development Goals, and again, the Healthy Cities is a strategic vehicle to really put and implement the Sustainable Development Goals. Not only because cities are hubs for innovation and economic activity, but also because they work so closely with the communities, understanding what the real issues are. And we of course also know that the sustainable developments require local solutions, and the local solutions speak to many of the different SDGs that we are addressing. But we also know that at the local level there is this real strength in terms of bringing different sectors together, working across silos. And this is really what the SDGs is all about. We know that a lot of those health challenges that I highlighted earlier cannot be solved by the health sector alone, but rather requires the action of different sectors. So what does this mean in practical terms? How do we operate? And I wanted to again share with you some of the examples from the local level. I think we've heard this morning the recognition of what is happening here in Spain and the importance of all those actions at the local level. But I also want to share with you some of the examples that we have from across the region. And I want to just highlight the component that I mentioned earlier around the political commitment that we have within the Healthy Cities Network. So further to COVID, the European Regional Office of the WHO recognized the need that if we are to prevent future pandemics, it is essential that we really address that intersection between animal health, human health, and environmental health. We put together a commission, often referred to as a Monti Commission, that really looked at what are the steps that we need to take further to what are the lessons learned from COVID-19 and what do we need to address in order to prevent future pandemics. A key recommendation that emerged was the need to really operationalize One Health. And what is really unique about this is that since then we as the WHO have taken core steps to put this into practice. So we have established an advisory group that consists of 22 members from the scientific committee, including representation from the Healthy Cities Network, to ensure that local priorities are really put firmly on the map as well, and that lessons learned from the local level is also shared more widely. Together, we are drafting a roadmap how to address One Health in the region of Europe. But what I would say is that the representative of the Healthy Cities Political Committee agreed last year to really put this into practice. And they're very agile. So in that sense, when we convened last year in Copenhagen for our annual business meeting, our representatives put forward to our members a political statement on One Health with 10 actionable recommendations. This was adopted by our members last year, and since then we are seeing concrete steps in really, again, addressing those recommendations. As I said, we are going to come together this year in Utrecht, where we will take stock of the progress, but it is an example of where we are seeing that political representation and also seeing the sort of commitment to really sort of implement this at the local level. Another core example is that of the economy of well-being. There is increasingly a recognition that we cannot do business as usual. We need to really invest in people's health, and therefore last year we convened a number of political leaders, academics, experts in the field of the economy of well-being to really look at that, how that can be implemented across the region. And what we saw during this meeting was that a lot of our mayors said, we are already doing this. We are already taking steps to ensure that we address the well-being of our communities, and we want to share those lessons learned. And as a result, we have now put together a piloting where we're working with 9 cities to showcase what it means to implement a well-being economy. This is early days, but it is again just to say that we see these international different commitments that our cities are really taking to the next level and really willing to share the lessons learned and also highlight some of the challenges around that. And this is really important because, of course, our finest task as a Healthy Cities Secretariat is to document those lessons learned so that we can also share that more widely with the global community, so those lessons learned, they trickle upwards. And what does it mean in terms of localizing these strategies? So again, I think I have said this already, but of course we consider cities as innovators, as change makers, precisely because they are hubs where we are seeing innovations. I think during COVID-19, we saw that firsthand. I had the privilege of living in the Philippines during COVID-19, and we really saw how cities, how mayors, they really ensured that they interacted on a first sort of interacted with the communities. They tried to really get a better understanding what were the issues that they were facing, how could they best tailor the different campaigns, but also how could they best ensure that communities had access to vaccines and to the information that they needed. So we really consider cities as change makers, and I should also say and commend Spain and also the work that's happening here at the local level in terms of really addressing the needs of community engagement. As I said, we are about to go to Utrecht, where we will also have an opportunity to share the good practices, but also the lessons learned from across the region. The Healthy Cities Network here in Spain has more than 500 affiliate cities, and we saw that also in terms of wanting to showcase the work that's happening here at the local level. We have received many wonderful abstracts of good practices, both in terms of youth participation, addressing mental health, and also addressing that of infrastructure. I also wanted to draw your attention to the 7th Ministerial Conference on Environment and Health that just took place in July this year. Every year we bring together the Ministries of Health and the Ministries of Environment to really hone in on the triple crisis being that of climate change, loss of biodiversity, as well as that of air pollution. And this year we brought together ministers that really looked at what would be the concrete recommendations in terms of addressing this triple crisis, taking into account all the challenges that we have seen further to COVID-19. And I'm really, really pleased to share with you as well that cities played a key role in the statement, in the outcome statement, and again made a joint statement with the Regions for Health Network, really highlighting and showing their commitment to ensuring that we implement this. So again, it's just another example of showing the importance of the experiences at the local level and how that is addressed firmly at the global level. As I said, community participation is absolutely crucial to the work that we do, and again, we work hand in hand with communities. Our mayors, as I said, are much more familiar with the lived realities and therefore also able to shape policies that correspond to that reality. I mentioned that I used to live in Philippines during COVID, and what we saw even from our own organization was at time that we would issue very generic policy recommendations around COVID, but they did not always correspond to the lived realities of our communities. So they would not have access to clean water, would not be able to isolate, and would not have access to soap either. So those are the kind of things that need to be taken into account, and that's where, again, that ability to understand the community needs are of utmost importance. Again, just spotlighting some of the work that we're doing around age-friendly cities. Community engagement is of utmost importance here, as we've also seen during COVID, where we saw many of our older adults really feeling isolated, not having access to some of the digital means. And again, we have seen wonderful examples of how to address that within the region. Just to mention a few, we have an initiative in Copenhagen, Denmark, where we're really addressing the sort of social housing, the housing situation in terms of bringing the community into the housing for those who are not, who are scared of going out in the community, and that we're working with architects in terms of designing those buildings as well has been central to this initiative. And at the same time, we have initiatives in Udine in Italy, where they're really honing in on the issue around loneliness. We know that loneliness is a significant determinant of health that needs to be addressed. And again, Udine has done wonderful work around addressing that. And again, we have the Take a Seat scheme in Nottingham that was established to, again, really ensure that older adults and disabled older adults have the opportunity to engage socially with the community. Central to what we do as a network as well is sharing knowledge. And it's not just about showcasing the good cases and the good practices, but it's also learning from one another, learning what are the successes, learning what are the challenges, and how can we best adapt that in different settings. And here you will see my colleagues, Victis, who sat here. She's actually on this photo because the Norwegian network recently hosted the Czech Republican network to really showcase how they are working with the community and showcase participatory decision making. We will also be hosting a tour to Japan in November, early November, where we will bring our political committee members to Japan to learn more about the green zones, the blue zones, as well as how they are addressing and how they have been successful with their age-friendly cities. So it is just to say that central to what we do is really learning from one another and also looking at how we can best scale up this initiative. And as we talk about being a European network, we of course work with the other regions in the WHO, so we have access to all those cities across the other 5 regions, and there is much wealth in also learning from what they're doing, and this has also been a request from our members to again not just learn from what's happening here within the region but also beyond. So I think summing it all up, I want to share with you that the Healthy Cities Network has been around for more than 35 years. It was an initial network that started off with just 11 cities. We today now work with more than 1,600 cities across the region, across the European region. It has moved from being a project-oriented initiative to an initiative that is really instrumental in moving the Sustainable Development Agenda forward, precisely because that cities are so essential, not just in terms of being innovative hubs, but also essential in terms of bringing different sectors together, different partners together, and of course also because they have that closeness to the community so that they can really truly tailor local policies. So with that, colleagues, we have a grand vision for the future. I want to commend all the work that's happening here in Spain as well. We, as I said, our finest task is to showcase that, and we have that opportunity when we go to Utrecht this year. Every year we have this opportunity, but this year it is about health and well-being and taking stock of the past 35 years. And there is much that can be shared from Spain, and that will be showcased accordingly as well. And with that, I of course would like to also welcome you all to come join us in Utrecht. This is going to be a fantastic opportunity to not only share the work that you're doing, but also learn from others. And we will have colleagues joining us, not just from the European region, but from globally. And with that, colleagues, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Kira, for this fantastic presentation. I am sure you have convinced a lot of people, a lot of cities to be part of this project and also to value what you do and your team too from Copenhagen. Well, it is the coffee moment. I also want to announce that more than 120 people are watching us by streaming. 20 minutes ago, there were 82 people following us in Spanish and 27 in English. Up to 11:15, we will have the coffee break. The coffee will be served here in the garden. There is no bathroom in the garden, so please use the bathroom you can find here at the end of the aisle. Remember that you are not allowed to smoke. So, see you at 10:45 to go on with the first roundtable. Let's start with the first roundtable of the day, local health and equity. We have different speakers. There are translation equipment available at the entrance to be able to listen to the content in both languages. The mediator will be Ms. Karma Borrell. Now, she is the Public Health Director of Barcelona. Karma, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Javier. Good morning. Bon dia. Good morning. I wanted to thank you for the invitation because I think it's very important to be able to dedicate this high-level meeting to a topic such as public health that is so strongly related to public health and diseases. I also wanted to remember that this is a very big opportunity to progress in changes towards equity in health. I have been working for many years in the health counselor of Barcelona. Barcelona is a urban city, but the municipality is very important to be able to progress in the knowledge of the public health. The topic of this meeting is very important, but I must go on saying that public health is infra-financed and we just receive a little bit of financing, just 2%. So we must progress, and this meeting can help us. We must progress and prioritize the public health because at the end of the day, it is a very important matter. I also wanted to remember that people who dedicate themselves to public health, we have been saying that for a lot of time, and it has helped us, but not enough. I think that this roundtable is very interesting because we will have the opportunity to listen 5 different experiences from different fields, and this will allow us to understand how, through good practice, we can progress in public health of citizens. So we will start with Maite. She will talk about the importance of the local level for a healthy aging. She is coordinator of the network of age-friendly cities and communities. Thank you very much. You have 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Firstly, thank you to the Ministry of Health, and thank you to the network of age-friendly cities and communities, and I will also talk about an initiative by WHO. This is a worldwide initiative, and we have many things in common. We just have a little bit of time. I work in Inserso, which is part of the Secretary of State of Social Rights, which is part of the Ministry of Social Rights and 2030 Agenda. Just to give you a little bit of background, you know that demographic aging is a worldwide phenomenon. In 1950, the life expectancy was 46.5 years, in 2022, 71.7, and in 2050 it will be 77.3 years. So in 100 years, we will have increased the expectancy of life of many, many years. If we consider the world population over 60 years old, in 2015 it was 900 million people. In 2050 it will be 2,100,000,000. And so it will increase in the next 35 years. If we look at Spain, Spain is the sixth oldest country in the European Union. 20% of the total population, which is 9.4 million people, are 65 years old or older. In 1960, this figure was 8.2%. And life expectancy, as I have previously said, we are one of the countries with the highest life expectancy in the world. It is 86.2 for women and a little bit less for men, 80.4. This just to give some figures. Demographic aging is happening all over the world, but it is also happening very quickly. On the one hand, it is a success because we have to think about aging not as a defeat but as a success. These are not only figures, these are a social and familiar and economic reconfiguration, and we must address it. It is a challenge, not a problem. This challenge we are facing needs an answer from the public administration, but all municipalities, all ministries, all WHO must address this challenge collaborating and not alone. This must be a shared answer, and different actors and organizations must be taken into account, also from different levels of administration, regional, local, national, international. In this demographic aging context, WHO, almost 10 years ago, has launched the network of age-friendly cities and communities. And the objective was to have a tool to improve social and physical environments of cities and towns where we live, in order to promote healthy and satisfactory aging and contribute to improving the quality of life of older people, facilitating personal autonomy for as long as possible, and also facilitating elderly people participation in their communities and their societies in order for them not to feel isolated. This objective brings us to think about the local action, because it determines how we age, how we live in our environment, and how we interpret the opportunities that we have. That's why WHO is heading this initiative, especially at the local level. Local government and public administration are the nearest organs to elderly people and are those that mainly address these initiatives, and they have the main capacity of addressing this challenge in our daily life. I will talk about this very quickly because I know that you will have the slides with you. The WHO proposes an age-friendly process in 4 steps. This is about the environment where we live to have a local diagnosis. The local focus is very important. There is a planification, an assessment, and then starting the initiative. This is a 5-year process. These are the 4 phases. But which is one of the main characteristics? It is the participative focus and the methodology that includes the elderly participation in a concrete local context in order to talk about their point of view, their ideas, and to help in that diagnose and also to propose some ideas to improve their community. We have recently concluded a study about an action plan. Some aspects have been repeated, but some of them are really specific. That's why it is important. There is also a cross-cutting focus, which is reflected in these 8 work areas. We have outdoor spaces and buildings, transportation and mobility, housing, social participation, respect and social inclusion, civic participation and employment, communication and information, community and support, and health care. The WHO always adapts the initiatives to the concrete local context. You can see that there are tangible and non-tangible actions and initiatives. We must improve on the local level, both from the physical and the social point of view and environment. There are some environments that are not elderly friendly or social friendly, or vice versa. So, one of the areas we have analyzed allow us to have some cognitive and mobility improvement, housing, transportations, service. All of these are tangible improvements, but we also have intangible improvements that need a change of attitude and may also need a lower budget, but we also need a different mindset because it has to do with prejudice, with budget, with the lack of respect and visibility and the value, the valorization of elderly people. When I talked about healthy aging, I always focus on the fact that elderly people are diverse as well as other social groups. When we go through the analyze phase, we must consider the profile. Everyone has different economic resources, different backgrounds, religions, sexual orientation, and we must take that into account. The pandemic, for example, has led us going backwards. We were like part of a unique context. United Nations and WHO consider this one of the priorities of the decade of healthy aging. All around the world, nearly 1,600 cities and communities are part of the network, 443 urban and rural municipalities in Spain. We are also part of the network of healthy cities and communities. The aging index here in Spain is higher, and there is a collaboration agreement with WHO that is looking for a way of fostering this network. I think that we have two main challenges in front of us: climate change and demographic change. It is a success. Climate change is a problem, but they are strongly related. We cannot have a healthy aging in a planet that is not healthy. WHO is very aware of it. In fact, we have the Healthy Aging Decade that is being carried out in a world that lives with climate change. There are new proposals to address it on the local and national level. You can consult this information and check all the information. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias también para ceñirte en el tiempo. A ver si después.
Thank you very much. Let's see if we can have a debate then. The next experience will be presented by Lorena Olduna, Mayor of Huesca, and the title is Huesca, a City for Children. Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Ministry of Health for the opportunity that has been given to the city of Huesca. And this is about a city for children as a school of democracy and governance. This picture is a sum up of a lot of years of effort. This project started in 2001. 3 mayors from 3 different parties has decided to foster this project, and we are working on what we believe in, and I think that this is a very important example for our city. The political party is not important, the objective is important. We want our city to have a different future. What are we talking about? We are talking about a diverse way of doing politics, because we are carrying out cross-cutting policy decisions. Kids must be part of a cross-cutting project. We are focusing our job on kids, and this is a project by the Huesca City Council. The mayor works together and for the children. They are full members of the city, and they work as small members, young members of the council. The key of this project is that children are the parameter. So we compare the city with all the other citizens. The institution must go backwards and look at the kids as if they were adults and full members of the council. If the kids are asked about what concerns them, they start talking about the ideas, and 95% of their ideas are very interesting, and many times the adults had to shut up and listen to the kids. This project is not focused on children. It is a city project. They are collaborators. I will talk about some examples, and they are very interesting. We are talking about diversity. We think that the administration must lower its eyes to the eyes of the child. They must take a new point of view to evaluate, plan, design, and modify the city so that it may be more modern, sustainable, so that everyone, all people who want to live in their city, can feel proud of its city and not feel the city where we live in as a hostile place. How do we do it? Well, with two main pillars. One is the Children's Council and the other is the Children's City Laboratory. We have a meeting each month. We have a council of children. The mayor is part of the council too. And the children just make proposals. The members of the councils may ask to the children to carry out some actions. And we are also fostered by parents, teachers, psychologists who want to be part of this project. For example, we created a park in 2011 in Huesca, and they have projected this park in 2015 so that the project was carried out. This is an example of the last council we had in the city of Huesca. Here I am surrounded by children. We have a girl and a boy from each school of the city, and we also have a collaboration with the Aspasa School Center so that we can integrate disability. We want to break all the barriers because at the end of the day, they are people with disabilities, but their example is incredible. I think also that they help a lot. There is a child who just gives advices or proposals through the tablet and expresses the opinions he has without any problem. We have debates about the problems of the city. Another interesting fact is that they do not vote. We just work by consensus. Here we reach an agreement. They propose to the city council their agreement. As I had mentioned, this council lasts 2 years. In 2 weeks we will have a new meeting, and we incorporate new members that are 2 children from each school of Huesca, between 8 and 11 years old, so they are attending primary school. This is the structure. Then we have the laboratory, which counts with specialized equipment. Also, institutional members may be included, because if we are talking about building a park with 400,000 euros, we need institutional members also to be part of the council because it is an expensive job, but it can be carried out in an efficient way in order to transform this park, this botanical park near a school of Huesca, to unlock the transformation of the city. We also think that this laboratory is one of the key that unlocks the transformation of the city. We have different support groups. We have teachers with one representative from each of the schools. We have mothers and fathers that want to support their children, and we also have the pediatric service. They collaborate with health institutions and also other health and environment related topics. Children are the adults of the future, and we think that it is very interesting to relate them to this project. Francesco Tonucci is the creator of the project. In 2011, the project was created, and some cities also in Spain, this project has been implemented as all around the world, and it is based, we can see here a picture of one of the many events. To end my speech, I would like to talk about this project that started working with the city school, and this is an experience of recovering the use and enjoyment of the city and reinforcing children's autonomy. There are points all around the city where children can meet with their friends and they go together to school without the need of an adult to go with them. There are safe physical routes that do not suppose a problem for our children to go to school. This project that is ongoing will need a review because we have to implement in the city these meeting points, but we will meet and to have this project implemented. I hope that it has been interesting. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Muy interesante.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Now we are talking about gender.
Transformar las ciudades con perspectiva de género.
Ellen Andersdotter will talk to.
Buenos días a todos, señoras, señores, alcalde, representantes del Ministerio. Muchas gracias. I'll definitely do the rest in English, so you don't have to bear with my poor Spanish. I'm from UN Habitat, which is the United Nations Human Settlements Program, with the headquarters in Nairobi. So let's zoom out to the global level. And as the moderator just said, we heard why cities is key to building healthy communities, cities, countries, and eventually a planet. But we also heard from the previous speakers why age matters. And now we'll make it even more complex and we'll add gender. So I'll talk to you about our initiative, the Her City Toolbox, that we developed together with a Swedish European partner. So we'll also have some representation here in Europe if you would be interested to develop collaborations further moving on. So basically, Her City is our way to make solutions and tools available to everyone, from activists to decision makers and private sector. By working together, our future will be her future. That is usually how our executive director presents the toolbox when she's advocating for the use in various settings, global level, or meeting mayors all over the world. So actually, 10 years ago, when Dr. Joan, who was the former mayor of Barcelona and then the executive director of UN Habitat, was leading the organization, we met with a representative from one of the world's slum dwellers organizations. And she said to me, if we would plan a city for girls, it would work for everyone. And we really took up on that promise and tried, like the hypothesis, how would it work? So that is really how the Her City Toolbox came to being, and we really tried to then emphasize that, adding gender, other human rights perspectives into the conversation will eventually create more sustainable cities of tomorrow, as you said also. These are the voters of tomorrow, children, young women. Sorry for that one. So, up. So Her City really supports the most vulnerable populations to improve their own neighborhoods. But what's important is that we always do it together with decision makers and other stakeholders. So we don't expect girls and young women to plan and design our cities, but we need to do it together. And on the other hand, we really try to help the decision makers to find the smartest solutions possible and to really make the right priorities through this kind of collaboration with girls in the neighborhood that have the local knowledge. So together with the UN, we make this toolbox available globally for everyone. And here you can visit. But a little bit, how do we do it more than, I will not focus that much on the what and the why, because I think all the previous speakers did it very nicely this morning and in the panel. And we already heard about the enormous challenges brought about by urbanization, about informal settlements, but I will also add then that among the most vulnerable populations are actually young women in these areas. So in informal settlements or in socioeconomically vulnerable areas in European cities, for example. What we see is that, on the other hand, there is a lack of know-how. We know that we have to do it, but we don't really know how to. We heard examples here on hands-on methods and tools to do it, but we also try now to expand it and make sure that any one of you could actually bring these tools back to your local context and make it work, no matter where in the world you're located. Yeah, let's skip that one. Participatory processes are key. I mean, research says it. Again, just let's put all the information on the table and show you how to do it. Obviously, I'll connect a little bit to what our previous speaker said this morning, the Sustainable Development Goals. For us, UN Habitat, responsible for sustainable cities mainly. The global goals are obviously, it's obviously a local agenda, so we need to find the local solutions. Perhaps you also heard about the new urban agenda, which is cities and regions' agenda to really implement sustainability in the long term. But we also see that when we apply a number of SDGs and the new urban agenda, together with girls in cities, we also deliver on other global agreements, such as the Paris Agreement, because these populations really deliver climate smart solutions, which has been a kind of a surprise actually in the beginning. So just very, very briefly, obviously gender equality is one of the main goals that we're focusing on, mainly because 60% of women globally actually feel unsafe in public space. Our own goal, SDG 11, is the other core, because only 10% of leading urban planners and architects are actually women. I won't bore you with the other ones, but happy to share more about that when we have time during coffee breaks and lunch. So quickly, the toolbox supports urban development from a girl's perspective. It guides urban actors to implement projects through this step-by-step methodology, and it provides this digital and open platform accessible for all. So what we do is to try to facilitate the ongoing dialogue between professionals and citizens. And this is what it looks like. You're not urban planners, but there are three phases, basically. So you have the assessment phase, the design phase, and the implementation phase. What I would like to stress here is really, and the rest you can discover yourself, is the block one, which many would like to skip, is the one that you're not allowed to skip. It's about the stakeholder mapping, analysis, and engagement. Who are the citizens? Not just who you think they are, who are they actually, and who should be involved in any development project that you're implementing. What makes it fun and easier to engage young women and girls and other parts of the population is really that we use lots of digital tools. We developed it throughout COVID, so we also were forced to become much more digital, so you can run these processes even during lockdown, actually. So we gather all the digital tools we could find in this kind of linear but yet flexible process, and then we had to develop a few ones. The most spectacular one is what you see on the right. It's Minecraft. So basically when you gather data, you come up with your vision. We co-design public spaces in cities in Minecraft together with the communities. And here's also where the younger populations have a little bit of an advantage, often to the architects and the planners and the elderly. So as you said, I mean, sometimes they need to shut up. This is a good way to make people shut up because the kids will be in the front seat. Yeah, I think we could kind of skip this one, but we've just published our 5 years impact report, so I just would like to show you a little bit of the users of the toolbox. Yeah, 1 minute, perfect. So now we have 1,200 registered users, 100 countries, 350 cities, and lots of independent projects. We've done 20 pilot projects. We were supposed to do 2 or 3. 120 participatory workshops. Sorry, I need to click on both. And we actually reached over 7 million through various communication channels. But most important, in the implemented spaces in these pilot projects, we already touched 52,000 people just in the few site interventions made. Sorry, yeah. So I just wanted to show you a little bit what they come up with. So they plan for and design sidewalks, benches, they put a focus on water and sanitation, waste, etc. The list can be made very, very long, but at least you get a grasp of the impact for health and well-being in communities. And just to wrap up, this is not Europe, this is Beirut. You see before and after. Again, we're not doing playgrounds. This is a staircase for the entire population from place A to B. This is the first pilot project in Sweden, so we're in Europe. You see, creating spaces for healthy communities from a space that was actually quite dangerous from the beginning. And eventually, in our Latin American region, you have a project in Lima that really provides this space for sport and leisure and community and well-being eventually. Discover Spanish report coming in a few weeks. I'll share it with all of you, so you will have the toolbox even in Spanish. Here's the platform. And thank you. You could scan the QR code and create your own account and start working. Thank you.
And now we're going to move on to the next presentation of Jesus López Alonso, who's Councillor of Environment of Logroño's City Council. He's going to present local level projects. So now we're going to change on the axis of inequality. Thank you very much for that. I think that we are sticking quite well to time. Well, with this moderator, why wouldn't it be? Well, hello. First of all, I would like to thank the Health Ministry and then the European Network of Healthy Cities for inviting Logroño to this event. Our experience at Logroño City Council to become a healthy city is a priority and is based on some guiding principles. We are a city of 150,000 residents, and we have quite a small area. However, we still have some challenges. They are smaller, but they are still there. And we need to redirect those problems to improve the health of the citizens. So we must redesign the land to offer services and resources to our citizens. We work on inclusivity for the citizens, and we are trying to offer the resources beyond the limitations of the territory. All these actions enable us to integrate the people, to reduce illnesses, and the improvement of the life quality of our citizens. There's a big compromise from the City Council on the integration of the strategies, and we're doing that through a circular design of the city. We want to become a city that integrates more people, and we have some issues, as I have stated before, that are related between one another, and they are common in the whole of Spain and the world. We have had several droughts in the past years, several floodings in different urban spaces, and big downpours. We had a couple of downpours lately, and the system of drainage do not support that amount of water. We also suffered from energy poverty, and there's some economic vulnerability of the citizens, and there's an increase of the mobility and the problems that have to do with climate change. Little by little, we are destroying the planet. So, in the face of this context, we must implement circular solutions that can help to improve the benefits, and that can help the citizens in a mid to long term. In terms of the solutions, we want to set up a green belt in Logroño. Logroño is a city which area is wider from east to west than from north to south, and we have the asset that is the river. Therefore, there's quite a lot of vegetation. What we want to do is the following: to increase that area and to create green paths through the fostering or increasing biodiversity, fundamentally in the territorial context. What we want to do is to join the one of the endpoints of the city with the outskirts, the rural environment and the vegetation. So what we want to do is to create a carbon 6 and create a lung that will become the new ecosystemic habitat of the city. We also want to create and install a sustainable drainage system. I want to do it from right to left, all across the city, to avoid the flooding. This will entail 14 kilometers, and is at the beginning it was going to be underground. We will be creating a corridor, a path that will be green, and that will suck in this extra water to avoid the floodings. We are creating urban microclimates, and we are creating these urban spaces for the people. The digitization strategy will be ecological, and we will be creating some paths that will connect the outer natural ring with the central part of the city. We want to create spaces for the citizens, for the walkabys, and moving on to another solution, we want to foster the development of the ecological digitization. We want for the citizens to have affordable practices, and we want to foster the access to energetic supply. We want to foster also the regeneration of the green spaces. And we want to tackle the issue of social vulnerability through the creation and regeneration of building energy building spaces. We want to improve the access to drinking water and improve and create passive and primary building methods. Some of the part of the infrastructure gets cracked, and what happens afterwards is that we have big leaks of water, and we have emergency problems. So we want to tackle that, and we have a plan to regenerate and replace the pipes to avoid the leaks and the problems generated with it. We want to improve the sources of drinking water and get more an extra or an excellent of water from the time said that we have that extra water. We also want to use that water, reuse that water for washing down, cleaning and watering. So what we aim to tackle is the climate emergencies. Then we want to promote sustainable mobility with a renting network of bikes and a grid for charging cars, electrical cars. As many other cities, we're implementing these techniques, and we have a network of city bikes that are will become electric. A company is going to implement that in the city, is going to bring it, and it will have electric scooters and bikes. I would like to show a video here, so I'm going to finish up my presentation because, well, we didn't have many slides left. Thank you very much for Does the technical team know that there's a video? Can we play the video? Yeah. All right, thanks.
Logroño saludable, Logroño.
Healthy Logroño. Sustainable Logroño, circular Logroño. Healthy city. From the administrations, we are committed with the citizens and with the sustainability of the city. We want to prioritize the investment of the people to foster inclusion. We are a committed city to reduce the carbon footprint. We want to foster the activities that are sustainable through all the spheres of the city. In order to achieve these objectives, we carry out a strategy that is circular. We try to use as much as we can the energy and do it in an efficient way. We're trying to improve the technology and putting at the center of the circular economy of the city. All of the actions enable social involvement and improve the health of the people. Healthy city, sustainable city, circular city. Welcome you all to Logroño, the city of the future and the present. Logroño, your city.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. So we are going to move on to the last presentation. It's going to be done between two people, Ana Casla and Noemi Avila. So it's about the improvement of the well-being of Madrid. They are going to talk about improving the mental well-being through the promotion of art, health, and culture. Well, thank you very much for inviting us to this presentation, to this conference. We're going to do this presentation between us all, and we're going to try to stick to the 10 minutes that we have. So thank you very much to everyone. And before starting off, we're going to present an element that hasn't been mentioned, that is art. We only have 10 minutes to convince you about what we're going to say. So what we're going to talk about is experience and a good practice. It is very important to check the year in which we started this intersectoral collaboration. That is 2011. This is a good practice, but also a whole story. I love a story that is a long-going one. We've worked together with Madrid Salud, the health service of Madrid, and the University Complutense and of Madrid. Art is a very powerful tool, and we want to integrate it in our city. We have a report of the WHO. It dated of 2011, and it has backed up what we have been doing from the very beginning. In 2019, there was another report by the WHO. And for the first time, it includes the art activities, and that it should be included in daily life to help people. This report and this mechanism is well structured, and it is something that was a very strong backup for us to really start with our work. So we want to add this art in our health system. So let's start off by explaining our project to you. We're going to show you many examples, and we're going to stop a little bit and go into detail on the challenges and solutions that we saw. The network of healthcare centers was very important in the project. Madrid is a city of over 3 million of people, and there are 17 healthcare centers that allowed us to really expand our project throughout the city. In these centers, there are health systems that are interdisciplinary, cross-cutting, and all the actions are framed in all these different sectors. Some of them are linked to some stages of health, and others in other parts. The intersectoral activities were very important, and this concept we have heard it through the presentations. Let's check the process. We started off with a common work between the two institutions. We work with the students who are key in this collaboration. The University Complutense of Madrid is very big, and we have hordes of students every single year, and they bring to the table many ideas, and they are artistic ideas, so it's a boom of ideas. We started off collaborating with the students in 2011, and also collaborating with the professionals by creating some programs. Everything was very honest, very generous. It was a generous offering that the professionals of Madrid did to us and also to students and the researchers. That's a key point in this collaboration. That was in 2011 when Madrid Salud created some bursaries for students. So there was a quality jump. It was not about a specific helps, individual helps right here and here. It was more of a generalized things. Then we had students of undergrad and postgrad who stayed at the healthcare centers for 2 or 3 years. What happened was actually what we see here. It was a boom of ideas and activities. We had a wide range of activities. The art opens up a wide range of possibilities of things to do and of things to happen. We started a workshop of masks and of many other things. Let's start off with the examples. Within the healthcare centers of Madrid Salud, we did a water coloring activity. Sometimes we also carry out activities outdoors, which is very important because we can work and do things with people. Then moving on to the obstacles or challenges that we found out. The first one was the difficulty of the healthcare centers to understand and to be in touch with the art professionals. We didn't have professionals even in each center, right? And year by year, we have witnessed a decrease of the staff members. So it was a difficulty to integrate them and to put them in every different centers. So we try to start to establish a stronger collaboration with the artistic centers. First of all, we want to translate the concept into practice. In order to do that, so we used artistic tools. We also tried to work alongside with healthcare professionals. We did it on the centers, pointed out the objectives and the challenges. A key point was to really trust this in the interdisciplinary approach. It was very difficult to hire artists for the latest project. We hired 3 artists that had been interns previously. We embedded the figure of the artist in new project, and we built everything up as a collaboration activity. We embedded also the museums, so they could be part of the activities, but we try to improve also the communications between these artistic institutions and the healthcare services. These were some feedback that we got from the people who took part on these activities. There was a guided tour at the end of the activities, and we got together people from a low income families. They could get into the museum, and I think that these sentences, these quotes that we have here, really show us the reality of what they feel. Here we can see a couple of documents in which we based our project in. They outline the lines of work, and they sum up the experience that we've gathered. It's very important to highlight the artistic activities increase the health quality level of people, and they also enable us to transmit the message to the different layers of the population. The costs are very low, especially if we compare them to the benefits that we get. Finally, we have a couple of pictures that are our favorite ones and really sum up what we work for. Here we can see the women in the neighborhood of San Blas, and then we have another one in which we can see the researchers and students together. From the point of view of the university and the students, which are in this autistic teaching, we have witnessed a shift. We are creating a new dimension. We are not talking about objects. We are talking about working with people. And we're working in the context of upper teaching, okay? And we are transforming the lives of people. In the second pictures, we can see the health professionals in a workshop, as I was stating before. We have at our hand creative tools that help us in our activities, in our projects. And we've got to say that culture and arts are a key element to achieve our development and sustainable goals. And this is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much for being here and listening to us. Thank you very much. You stick to 9 minutes, so that's excellent. We have a little bit of an extra time, right? I don't know if anyone wants to throw a question. Do you have any comments in the auditory? Okay, don't be shy. All right, we've got one question here. If you would like to introduce yourself, that would be great. We're waiting for the microphone to work. It's not working at the moment. Okay, there it goes. Thank you very much. I'm Octavio de Vera, this subsecretary, and nobody wanted to throw a question, so I'll start off. Okay, as this Vice Secretary of Health, I wanted to throw a question to the Mayor of Huesca, thinking about the future generation and the education that will be focused on our future leaders, okay, who nowadays are the children, our children. I'm well aware of nowadays demands and of the nowadays challenges. It is very important to get them, to get children into today practices and what we're working for. Are they aware of the difficulty of the challenges that we're facing? It's not about asking for a present on your birthday, and it takes a lot of work, and it's not about easy stuff. We must work for it. Are they aware of this? And can we, or are we able to make them see that the work of the parents create a fiscal system that needs to be managed somehow by the leaders in the administrations? Do they see, are they aware, or are we making them aware of the cost of these initiatives and how to carry them out? Thank you very much for the question, because I've been very short with time in my presentation. I will have loved to explain many things. Do I only have 2 minutes? Or I have 2 children, one of 8 and one of 12, and they do ask for present of Christmas. In our city, what we did at the beginning was to gather the experiences of the people who are the children, right? I actually detected what you are talking about, Octavio, that the children were very frustrated at the beginning because many projects they were working on actually they weren't embedded in the real initiatives. So it was a little bit frustrating that their work didn't pan out into something real. What we did is to explain them how the planning of the city council worked and how the plenary session worked and how the work of implementing this work was. Every single month we chose a project to work on. This year we're working in a public library, so we are enabling a little space down a staircase and make it on this small space where children can do some activities, rest, or other things. So through design activities, they could see that this activity really could become into something new. We have big projects, for example, of creating a park that cost 400,000 euros, but we also have small projects. What we want to make them aware is of the cost of these big activities, and then it's very difficult to embed it into the initiatives and the realities of the city council. We want them, therefore, to see that some things can pan out. We want to make them feel happy on that their work is becoming a reality, even if sometimes it doesn't. I hope that I've been made everything more clear. I don't know if I have 2 minutes more to explain more stuff or not. No, okay. Let's move on to the next question. I'm the coordinator of the health services in Getafe. Well, the worries of the people is difficult at times to manage it, and because it cannot be integrated in the policies. You cannot be friendly with sustainability, the Agenda 2013, the elderly, the children. You don't have enough time, enough resources to do everything up. Sometimes these initiatives are not enough cross-cutting, so we cannot integrate it on everything and in each single project. We always talk about cross-cutting initiatives, but what we need to do also is to have tables of discussion that are shared, initiatives and goals that are shared, and they connect all layers of the population, the elderly, children, to be able to reach the whole population. We really need to work on that, because methodologies and this friendliness that we have are very similar between one another, and they need to be embedded together. Guillermo, I totally agree with you. This is kind of some comments and complaints that we get at the city councils, because sometimes we have external backing and sometimes we don't. We are trying to generate these cross-cutting initiatives, but sometimes it gets me thinking, how do I translate this into practice? First of all, we need coordination. This coordination should go from up above to down below. It should, for example, breed from the Ministry of Health. And I don't know if at the level of the WHO we could translate some of the things to improve the coordination with the policies. So the coordination needs to be on the whole layers. We're going to ask at the local level to have this coordination if it's not really cross-cutting and it comes from up above. So we're working on that and creating that connection.
Dimensions to that. I mean, that's really why we try to promote integrating like all human rights perspectives at once. And as I said, really doing the stakeholder mapping and analysis and make sure that there are all the different groups represented around the table. It might take a little bit of time in the beginning, but it brings honestly, free expertise to the table, informing policies, plans, and designs. And I don't know if you had the time to see it, but we have the mayor of Buchirka in one of the projects that always said, you know, it's a very tough environment that she's trying to improve. She said, we simply cannot afford to fail, you know? When the budget is limited, you need to make sure that you have all the information so you make really well-informed decisions because you can't just in 5 years, you know, redo it. We don't have, I mean, some cities might have that money, but most don't. So it's really about the process, having everyone around the table, making use of that free expertise that we have among citizens, and then, you know, being responsible for sustainable solutions and not wasting public resources in a way.
Quizá un comentario, ¿no? Yo creo que planes que intenten abarcar los distintos aspectos como
are cross-cutting, for example, that integrate a municipality plan together with the city individual specific plan, and that both of them, okay, are linked together and cover all the spectrum that we want to cover. This is just a reflection that I throw in, and I wanted to throw in a question for every one of you. Let's start off with the last one of you. In Barcelona, we have a project that is health in the neighborhood. We have worked on this project for 6 years, and we are trying to work specifically in the neighbors that are more vulnerable, that are of low income, and we try to engage the population and also connect them with the artists. Right now, we are creating a graffiti of the climate emergency, and this was done with the people from the neighborhood with the help of artists. The result, okay, it's been amazing. And this is an example of how to move forward on this subject. I don't know if you have other examples or anything that you want to bring into the table. Yes, in relation to those experiences, I've got to say that we can see that neighbors feel more engaged as we do these activities. They feel part of these activities, and then it leads them to participate in other things. They become conscious of what they can do, and it makes them more active and conscious on other spheres of life. I think that this is very important of these activities, as the one of the museum that we've seen. These activities are able to generate us with the graffiti, a connection between, for example, the artists and these vulnerable communities. We try to improve the well-being individually, but also at a community level, because it has this connection, it has this outcome that reaches the community also. Very interesting. Any other questions? Karma, or no? Not any other? Don't we have any more questions? Well, I've been hired to do this moderation. Well, let's let this woman ask her question anyway. Well, I've been in charge. No, I've been hired to do this, so I have to moderate this and stick to time. So we right now have to move forward to the next presentation. Okay, so I will finish up by thanking everybody for their presentations and for these experiences that we have heard, because all of them are very enriching. Being moderator is a very tough thing, ain't it? How are we all? How are we feeling? Are we doing well? This is going to be, or has been, like a round table. A round table will give the floor to another one, and we are going to be linking space the experiences the next roundtable is going to be related to this, and we're going to have two subjects that are interconnected also. We're going to hear about projects that are developed from the municipalities and the institutions. So the project in this community of healthy cities are going to be are going to show how we bring together all the knowledge from the different spheres. We try to convince us that the health is very linked to the social component. And it is very true. We need to have a social change to improve the health. There are powers and actors in the cities that can be the engine of change. Sometimes the administrations are quite not flexible, right? So we need to work a lot to really see a change. There are some actors that tend to not or be very reluctant to change. So in order to make these amazing projects a reality, we need to work a lot and work at in all the levels. So the next roundtable is going to be about this: the community participation and the agency of the health system. We're going to talk about and hear about how us politicians are more influence more the people and the policies. We're going to see how we convince the mayors and all the actors that the health and the health policies need to be at the center of it all, and the rest of the policies need to also work on improving the health. We have to convince the administrations and all the actors that what we try to do is at the center of it all, that is key to everything. We have to keep on, reminding people day after day that smoking is bad, that this is bad, and we should do things other way. So this is very tough to talk with politicians. Then we have another spectrum of things that is the neighbors. At the neighborhoods. At the neighborhoods, we need to keep on working by hearing the worries of the people and then try to convince them or work alongside with them, so we are able and achieve these citizen engagement. Some things are very easy to say, but are very hard to make them a reality. City plans look very well on the paper, but if they don't include the community participation, they stop halfway. So we need to work on that equity and involvement. We want the ideas to become projects that are real, that there's a real participation, and we want to achieve not a 2% of involvement, okay, but more than that. I've worked and seen just 1% of involvement, and we need to work on that. Of course, the budget is an important thing on the policies, and we need to work with that. The inclusive mechanisms need to be worked on. And in this roundtable, I'm going to invite all the speakers to sit down here. The tax has been placed accordingly.
Antes una invitada internacional me preguntaba si...
An international guest was asking me if this thing of the round table was actually a round table, so I told her it's just like a pun. We just have a little bit of time, and everyone just can talk 10 times, 10 minutes, but there are many projects to mention, and we have seen that the time is not allowed. So I will change my moderator t-shirt with the related one. We are going to talk about community participation and local health advocacy. We want to talk about buildings and neighborhoods. Here with me, there are 6 women who have fantastic experience to tell us about, 2 international guests and other colleagues and friends that come from Spain, from different Spanish cities. I'm very sorry, as we have previously said, we just have 10 minutes per person. The 2 first colleagues will have 15 minutes to share their speech. Let's start from them. We have Ana Gil Luciano, Head of the Health Promotion and Equity Area, Ministry of Health. What you dedicate to is very related to what we are talking about. Then we have Gemma Rodriguez, Head of the Sustainable Development Area of the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces. They are going to talk to us about networking for the promotion of local health and community health in Spain. Thank you very much, Javier. It's a real pleasure to be able to share our experience with you. I ran here not to lose any time. I just wanted to talk about our job concerning the promotion of health on the local level, together with Gemma Rodriguez, and I will share this space and speech with her. To start, on the national level, we are promoting health in the local areas. We have been doing so for a lot of years, and we are also coordinating the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces. We have been working within the framework of this federation that is part of the European network of healthy cities and communities. From the experience of this federation, we started in 2015 our project about prevention and promotion of health. We think that the local environments are key to implement our project on the local level. These are 2 synergical projects. We talk about prevention and healthcare, and they are going hand by hand since 2015. We work together with FEMT. We collaborate, and I will talk about the implementation of the strategy together with Gemma Rodriguez. As I have stated, the implementation of this strategy of implementation of health promotion and prevention strategy has a universal approach, and it is focused on carrying out 2 main actions, which go hand by hand to give stability to the project. And you can see it in the slide. These 2 actions, these 2 key actions are political and technical stability that we wanted to give to the project. On the one hand, we have the willingness to include initiatives on the local level and an intra-sectoral body. Thanks to all the previous experience and works that have been carried out, have helped us not to create new structures, but to have those experiences as a starting point. And the second key action is the mapping of local resources and assets. We also have the objective not only to modify them, but also to improve them and to progress. In brief, I would like to comment on our project since 2015. We can see that we have points all around Spain. If we would like to highlight in a more concrete way what I have mentioned before, we here have a map of local resources. It is not only the job of identifying them, but we also want to make them more visible, and we want all the stakeholders and involved parts to be aware of what there is not, what can be improved, also focusing on equity. That's why there is a web tool, Localiza Salud, Localize Health. Here, many resources are included for citizens, and you can look for whatever you need. Now, we are improving this tool and this resource identification and mapping from the autonomous communities and generating a better link with the primary healthcare counselors. We want each autonomous community to be part of the tool and of the project. All of these actions are aimed to help local environments and to help the network of healthy cities and communities. We also have a network to finance the project, and we want also to implement the health promotion and the health education strategy. Many local authorities want to boost the project in the territories, also thanks to education, awareness, information systems on the internet to share experiences. Finally, we wanted to highlight the importance of working on the local level. Among the stakeholders, there are also citizens to foster the network of citizens and to improve expectancy and conditions of life. We want to foster the community participation, counting with all stakeholders such as autonomous communities, and we are carrying it out within the strategic framework of primary healthcare and community healthcare. As I cannot talk too much, we want to leave here all the links to all the tools that we have available for you also in the English version. Just to sum up, from the Health Ministry, we know that the focus of healthy environment is one of the main tools that we have to address the human conditions of these environments. There are also cross-cutting focuses, and all of this could not be possible without you. That's why we need collaboration with local entities through our FAMP colleagues. And we want that these tools, from the technical and financing point of view, have allowed us to foster and to support the local entities to implement these initiatives on the local level. We want this collaboration to foster public health and to support the local entities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anna. That's stressful, huh? Just a little bit of relax because I'm quite stressed right now. And I don't know if I will explain this very well. First things first, thank you to the Ministry of Health for the invitation to this day and the participation in this roundtable. I have to explain what is the Healthy City Network of Spain. It is a network born within the framework of the WHO European Healthy Cities Network, and it is one of the oldest networks of the Federation. I think that almost everyone here knows what FAMP is. It is the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces, and it reunites provinces and municipalities from all over Spain, where we have councillors, municipalities, etc. Our network is born in 1988. In this framework, it is part of the European Network of Healthy Cities, and the local entities here have the objective of preventing and promoting health policies within the framework of the network. As I previously stated, we want to boost and to promote health of citizens, and that's why we have a series of strategic objectives which are focused on boosting the communication among cities. For me, this is the most important part. It is such a satisfaction to see a lot of faces and members of municipalities sharing their work and telling us that's fantastic seeing colleagues sharing experiences. How interesting is it to know what they're doing in Hospitalet, in Huesca, in Logroño? For me, and I have been linked to this network for a lot of time, for 25 years, I think that this is the main tool we have to link municipalities. It is good to know what we are doing in other municipalities, how we're doing it, which are the challenges we are facing, and furthermore, moreover than the objective of the network, there is another item that is very important, which is the interinstitutional and cross-cutting and cross-sectoral collaboration with different entities and stakeholders to foster communities and their initiatives and their promotion and health prevention programs. We want to establish common criteria so that they can create a path to follow. The meeting we are having is allowing us to help and support and offer tools to communities. We want to support those tools that sometimes municipalities have difficulty to implement. As it has previously been stated, we have 570 local entities, 500 are municipalities, 6 are province governments, and we also have an island government. All this participation from the local entities is very important. There are many local entities all over Spain, but the citizens that are really living within this network, it is such an important figure. We have the participation by all the autonomous communities such as Andalusia or the Valencian community. And the participation of citizens is very big. There are many regional capitals, but also smaller municipalities. We have between 1,000 and 5,000 local entities which have a high figure of residents, so it's quite an important participation. Here we have a graphic of participation to the network. During the last years, thanks to the help of the Ministry of the Recovery Plan, the number has increased a lot. The number of memberships, as you can see, has increased, and the progress have been great. The Ministry has also mentioned an increase of the financing together with the healthcare minister, and we have been talking about it for a lot of time, thanks to other kinds of helps. In 2021-2023, a special agreement has been signed to promote healthy lifestyles and to boost sustainable cities and healthy habits. For the next 3 years, 18.4 million euros will finance this project, and we have 198 projects that are taking place. In December 2023, this work will wide. Sorry. Many local entities have been beneficiaries of these projects and financing. I will go quicker because the presentation is ending. Concerning the agreement that we have from the network with the Health Ministry, as you can see, we have a very important financing, a very important budget, 40% by the local entities and 60% from the Ministry of Health. The call of helps has two main lines. It is a year call. There are local entities that are members of the network to prevent and promote health, and then we have another one which is dedicated to the promotion and prevention of the healthcare system. This is a graphic of the projects that have been presented. We do not have 2023 because we are currently living in 2023, and we will have the data at the end of the year. To talk about activities we are carrying out. These are activities that may beneficiate from the call. We have health in childhood, important actions also carried out by local entities such as tobacco, alcohol, and drug consumption. That's what we are also working on. Also, the HIV prevention has been previously stated by the minister. After the pandemic, this is also very important too, because this is a topic that we have not talked a lot about. Healthy routes and physical activity are also very important and are the main topic of this call. We also have community participation and sustainable and healthy urban planification projects. To be part of the network, just to end my speech, those who are not part of the network, the first requirement is the political commitment. We need a full agreement, a political commitment to go on with the action that have been taken and to go on with them in the local governments. I think that it's very important, and that's why the political commitment is a requirement to be part of the network. Then we also require a health plan, a referent from the local government, and year financing. Very quick, huh? You're more relaxed now, right? Thank you very much.
Gracias, Ana y Gemma. Aquí estás más relajada.
Thank you very much. Better now. So, now we are going to the Netherlands. Here we have the privilege to have here with us Miriam Weber, the WHO European Healthy Cities Network Chair for Utrecht. As Kira has previously said, they will be the hosts of the meeting of this year that will be very important. She will talk about her secrets to improve.
Miriam.
Thank you so much for having me here, and it's wonderful to be back again in Valencia. I've been here previously. Yes, Utrecht. As you probably know, Utrecht is a city in the heart of the Netherlands, one of the world's most densely populated countries. Utrecht is the fourth largest city of the country and has almost 400,000 citizens. We are growing rapidly. Within 15 years, our population increases with 20%, and this growth implies challenges but chances as well. As you, for example, can see, it's not only inhabitants, but they need houses. So we need to build another 60,000 houses within our city boundaries, but we need to have jobs as well. And that's why around 10 years ago, we decided to focus on healthy urban living for everyone. This has been a political decision, and it is still the ambition of the current local government 3 periods later. Because, as you know, political terms of 4 years are extremely short. We are talking about improving health outcomes. And this is key in the translation of political ambitions into long-term strategies and policies. Crucial in this case is having particularly been the Utrecht Spatial Planning Strategy for 2040 and our public health policy plans. To give you an example, our spatial planning strategy for 2040 is based upon the 10-minute city concept. So residents will find everything they need, such as shops, schools, their jobs, green, leisure, or whatever you need, within 10-minute walk or bike, because you know Utrecht is a biking city as well. Talking about the public health policy plans, we have to write them every 4 years. It's a legal obligation from our Ministry of Public Health. And this provides us tools for addressing health outcomes and health inequalities within particular population groups or in specific neighborhoods. And this figure nicely shows that the health inequalities, a study we did together with the WHO office in Venice, that there are some underlying causes for health inequalities, such as income, education, and physical environment, as well as that we see inequalities in health outcomes between specific groups, for example, based upon education level, migration background, and specific neighborhoods. So in our public health policy plan, we are currently finalizing it. It will be approved by our government by the end of this year. We introduce Utrecht Health Model, and we have formulated an ambition for 2040 as well, which is that we want to have 30% less health inequalities in 2040 compared to 2012. And this is based upon our health equity in all policies approach and Utrecht's health model underlining the need of a broad approach. Guiding principles is that we are addressing the underlying causes of health and health inequalities. The individual, the citizen in Utrecht, is at the heart of our work. We link to what the people themselves see as important. We invest unequally for equal opportunities, and everyone contributes. To illustrate how we implement these strategies in a participatory approach, I would like to share lessons from a new residential area in the western part of Utrecht, building social and vital new neighborhoods. Why this new approach? Moving to a newly built neighborhood can be stressful. A social network, a social fabric still has to be built. And in this part of the city, we see higher percentages of loneliness. The idea, therefore, was to intensively involve in order to initiate social contacts and citizen engagement. The principles for cooperation were: it's resident-centered, it's looking beyond our own organizational interests, and it's building on what we are already doing, and we being the municipality, the social and welfare workers, the sports organization in Utrecht, and many, many other youth organizations and health organizations that are located in that newly built neighborhood, or to be built over there. The neighborhood is called Leeuwenstein, which translates into Lionstone. It will have 1,100 rental and owner-occupied houses, and 30% of it will be social housing. So how did we start 3 years ago? It was mainly getting to know the residents that are constantly moving in, because 3 years ago the first ones were moving in, and today we are still having new houses being built and new people coming into that area. So we introduced picnic tables in the park. We went with a cargo bike on the roads just to meet with people, and we had online meetings. As you can imagine, 3 years ago, we still had some lockdown measures in place as well. And we started with different projects right from the beginning. Sports activities, cultural activities, festivals, social mapping, and for example, in the nature inclusive building that we are implementing throughout the city, they were constructing together the beehive. And what we noticed was quite soon that the community got started. So we saw various sports groups, cleanup activities, neighborhood gatherings around Christmas or for the New Year's Eve. And what I would like to use for the remainder of my presentations is to share some lessons with you. Lessons both from the spatial planning perspective, from the residents' perspective, and from our organizational perspective. From the spatial perspective, particularly in new neighborhoods, they benefit from meeting spaces in the form of a community center or a youth space. Here, new residents can get to know each other, and it provides a space for resident initiatives to flourish. Preferably plan thus such a space at the early beginning, included in your spatial design, and also pay attention to social programming at this location already in the early years, although there are maybe not that many residents living there. Spatial design always has social repercussions. Building, for example, in square forms with shared courtyard gardens encourages contact within one's own residential block. People use a shared courtyard garden and easily come into contact with each other. For example, can I borrow something for you? I'm working in my newly home. Do you have something? So it's a very nice way to meet. And in addition, you need to provide, even when it is temporarily, safe play areas for children from the beginning. Especially between all the construction traffic, a safe playground is important. The public space can be specifically designed for social interaction, for example, with benches and with tables to play chess. Combine spatial interventions, though, with social programming. This is a really nice example. In Leeuwenstein, a large skate park, I think it's the largest even in the whole city, has been constructed. The design was co-designed by skaters, with the result that the park is extremely popular among its target audience and accommodates skaters of all levels. Neighborhood social partners have linked programming to the new place from the beginning. For example, they offer low threshold lessons and they are lending materials to the children. And it was mutually agreed with the partners to monitor the atmosphere in the park and prevent one subgroup from dominating. In this way, the skate park remains a safe and fun place for people of all ages and levels. And there are even kids coming from other neighborhoods to this part of the city to enjoy the skate park. But you need to create an identity for your neighborhood. And in Leeuwenstein, we worked thus with the image of a lion because of its name. The name of the neighborhood speaks for itself, and large concrete lions are scattered throughout the public space. And the local children's center also has a logo with a lion in it. The logo resonates with children. When they paint or do crafts, the lions regularly appear, like the mosaic made at a neighborhood festival. The 5 most beautiful mosaics can now be found in a public space around the elementary school. From a resident's perspective, we saw that it's really key to jointly define the culture of the neighborhood. So the residents and the involved organizations worked like the social welfare organization and the sports organization. They introduced a street sports program. So every Friday, they offer a free sports activity for children in the park. Besides sports, the activity also has an educational function.
Miriam, 1 minute.
Yes, I'm almost finished. At the beginning of the activity, the children talk about the rules of the game together, and at the end of the activity, a legend of the week is chosen, a title that is competed for fanatically. Then I'll move to the next one. So what did we as a local government learn from this 3-year pilot? Working in a new neighborhood really requires something more and different than working in existing neighborhoods. And you need to build relationships first before directing questions to one organization or the other one. You are jointly responsible and taking care of everything that is happening within that neighborhood. And you need to commit to initiatives. Tap into where the energy is. So to conclude, within the 1 minute, it works. Really, governments and organizations can work with residents to boost social cohesion. The preventive and positive effects we see, it's about addressing solitude, it's about addressing health, positive health, it's about safety and preventing conflicts. And there's enough initiative power in a newly built neighborhood. Above all, just do it. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Now, we're going from the Netherlands to Norway. And we have here Ms. Victis Holm, head of the Norwegian Healthy Cities Network. Before we were talking about participation, she will talk to us about how to advocate from the political point of view.
Yes.
Been here for 1 day, so I only learned good morning in Spanish, and now it's not morning anymore, so good day. I will talk about how we work with our local politician when it comes to public health advocacy, but first shortly about our network, the Norwegian Healthy Cities Network. I was going to proudly say that probably we are one of the first member states in the Healthy Cities Network, but I realized that we are beaten by far of Spain with some years, but we have been a member since 1994. So actually an anniversary next year. You are invited, Kira. In Norway, we don't have the system of cities being directly member to the Healthy Cities Network. There are 2 models in the Healthy Cities Network. We only have the national network. So to be a member, you have to apply towards us, the Norwegian Healthy Cities Network. And that's the advantage of being a small country, that even though I see in the Spanish terms, you are only 7 counties and 44 municipalities, we are actually covering 2/3 of the population in Norway. So in Norwegian terms, we are starting to get quite big. We call ourselves a knowledge laboratory. We want to be on the ground, develop the field together with the local authorities and the local technicians. And we do so together also with the different partners in Norway, being both the universities and other environments. I will not present all the exciting projects today, but what I will present is this. what we call the Take Care of Your Voters, who is one of our core activities in the Healthy Cities Network. It's a political training course and how to make the politicians being aware of public health in everything they do. As Kira also said earlier this morning, is that from the very beginning, the Healthy Cities Network has been, I will say, fairly unique in the sense that we work always together with both the politicians and the technical staff in every municipality that we work in. So that's why we have developed this training, saying to every politician in our municipality that I guess you didn't know, but you are also a local public health politician. Trying to teach them that good health is created where people live, and it's created actually outside the health sector. The health sector is the last phase, so to speak. This is the training. It's meant, as you know, the politicians, they are really busy. So we have made this package who is very concrete, can also be done in 20 minutes in the local board meetings. But it's meant to inspire and enlighten when it comes to public health awareness. So this is the package. We have developed actually a final PowerPoint presentation with the manuscript. So the public health officers locally can also do it themselves. Sometimes, or very often, we in the Healthy Cities Secretariat do it because they want us to do it, but sometimes they do it themselves. So we also have this training for trainers. And we've made some empty slides so they can fill in the local stuff. And we also developed different figures, animation packages, and films, which we also, apart from this, also use in our communication, both at national and local level. So now some slides from the political training presentation, just so you got an idea of what we are talking about. We start, of course, with the development agenda and the 3 dimensions, focusing mostly on the societal part and the linkage to the public health. And of course, the principle behind this agenda, the leave no one behind. And I really love this figure from the Swedish SIDA, showing how we have to work with social inclusion and how linked this is to the public health. In Norway, we are very lucky because we have this, I am not close enough to the microphone, am I? Or do you hear me okay? Yeah? I just realized that. We are lucky we have this Norwegian Public Health Act. So actually every local government, they have to work with public health at some level. And it says that on the local level, you have to work systematically with the public health. You need an overview of the main challenges when it comes to public health, and you need a plan for how to act on this. But the politicians, they doesn't necessarily always know about this. So we have to train them in this as well and make the job actually easier for the local technical staff. So in what we call the ground package, this is the main focus, the social inequality and health. And we try to through different illustration and different research to teach them what is the social inequality in health. And of course, we showed the linkage between health and socioeconomic status. Kira showed us this map this morning. And even in Norway now, being quite an equal society, in Oslo now, there are 7 years age difference in death in the west and eastern part in Oslo, you know, one of the richest countries in the world. So this is crucial in the training. And also we show them science research on what you have in return if you manage to invest at an early age in children. And this I just wanted to show you. It's an another illustration, but it's very popular. We call it the iceberg. And after I've done trainings with the politician, they often call me and say, could you send me the iceberg? And I think it's because this is very simplified what we try to do in the field of public health. We focus beneath the surface when we have know about the surface, but what we have to do is to focus on everything under the surface, under the iceberg. And I'm so happy when people take pictures. It means it's still, even with you who are specialists, you like it. And this, the different determinants of health. Also this we walk through, how this is linked to public health, and that they have to work cross-sectoral and multi-dimensional to address the public health. And further on, we look at the intervention. Equal offers do not always give the equal results. So you have to look at the target group and the outcome of the different interventions. I'm trying with the 10 minutes now. This, it's the chain and the causes of the causes, but the local politician, they don't know. So also for this, we go through it. As you know, usually we skip this part and go direct to the treatments, and we teach them that it's so much better for also your local economy if you can start earlier in this chain. So to sum up what we teach in this training, incorporate goals about health and well-being, basically in everything you do and in your system. Promote collaboration within the municipality, and not at least assess the public health consequences of all political cases. As you understood by now, this is also a big communication package, and we try to elaborate it all the time. So last year we interviewed we filmed 4 of our politicians and made 4 different films about the field of public health. And since I've not used 10 minutes, I would like to show one of these films now, who we also use in other type of communication, trying to reach the politicians from the national level down to the local level. So hopefully it will work. Perhaps up there. No, he is doing like this. Okay, another time. So thank you so much. That's take care of your waters. If you have any question about this training, I'm here for the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vigdis, and I'm sorry for the time limitation.
In Norway, 1 minute is 1 minute.
Okay, sometimes in Spain also. So, me quedan,
I need to introduce 2 speakers, but also friends. So I want to try not to be biased. We were saying before that we need to engage and we need to open processes to create links and networks. From this point of view, in Spain, one of the main networks that we have is Salud from the Valencian community, and one of the person that is behind this is Doña Rosana Peiro Pérez, which is always boosting the health promotion, and she's going to be speaking about the tools that they developed to boost this health at a local level. Thank you so much for having us here today. I need to say that all what we do is in part thanks to the health minister here in Spain and also in Europe. So what we have done here in Valencia at a local level is try to link the town hall and also the primary health system to collaborate all together. To start with, I want to explain what it is. This network is designed with the Valencian community, and the main goal is that the health is not only about diseases. And how can we achieve this? Well, with cross-cutting processes and also with equity and participation from the citizens. And this is what we need. The social innovation. We cannot only speak about digital innovation if there is not behind social innovation. And this will help to see that change that we need in our society. Right now we have 2,092 town halls, and we are wondering what their barriers were when they were trying to implement their strategies. The main one was the funds, of course, because in the health area, the funds are quite low, normally because, as I was saying, the health is linked to disease. And for that reason, the funds are really low. And in that sense, it's really difficult to lead the change. They also have some challenges with the community participation and with the participation of other sectors. But they think that joining this network, they can exchange some ideas, and they have the support from the government or the ministry and from the Health Cities Network. They now want to they created this guide on how to collaborate together with the municipality level, and they have the compromise to work with the community and having this perspective at a cross-cutting level. And what we try to say and to do is to put this health and these policies in all the other policies. And with these round tables, they can exchange the ideas and talk about these policies. How can we provide support? Well, we can provide some funds for different projects in vulnerable neighborhoods, other funds, that can be for actions addressed to general population. And also we have some funds for organizations that are working with families, trying to maybe improve the playgrounds, and so the kids are more active. So these kind of organizations. We also have annual meetings. These meetings have over 100 people, and they allow us to learn and to engage. And we also have a network of public health centers distributed along the Valencian community, and at least one person is working with the town halls and providing all this information that they need for the roundtables, and to exchange these ideas at a cross-cutting level. And in this way, we achieve to do maybe some trainings where everyone from the public health, from organizations, politicians, have access to it. So as I was saying, these trainings are all together to see how this process works. We also have available 4 guides. The first one is the procedure. The other one is about concepts related to health. Because in many occasions when we talk about health, as I said before, people think about diseases. So we have this guide that is about the health concepts. Then we also have another guide that is a toolbox for the participation of the citizens, and they know how to work and how to maybe exchange the ideas, many useful tools. And then we also have another health plan to identify the things that we need to do at a local level, from childhood, the youth, work. And so we identified all the factors and what action should be done from the city council to improve the health. We also joined different European projects for the health equity in Europe, and we created 2 more guides. One was adapted, and it is about how to use the tools for health at every level. And the other one is based on the Utrecht one. So Miriam, thank you very much, because she was engaged in this project too. And I want to show you just 2 or 3 pictures of how these tools are used and how we try to engage the citizens to participate here. For instance, here we can see this tool, and we have 14 indicators of health. Some of them are physicals, such as maybe the traffic, the parks, different ones like these, and others aspects that are related to the social aspect, the feeling of belonging, the participation, the cohesion. So this tool has been used in different social groups in a cross-cutting level with people from different backgrounds, with foreign people. And here you can see different indicators. And in red we can see those spaces where we can improve. And the green ones are the ones that are the best. So we have the final score. And in the end, this is just about conversations with the population. And we can also have these pictures that we see here, this kind of wheel. It's a number that allows us to identify why do we have this score, what could be improved, and what are the proposals for to take the next step. This tool is one of our favorites. For instance, we have here an example of the community participation. So in this way, we can prioritize what we are going to do next. And we can see all the proposals that were voted. Additionally, we can also have this kind of picture. We can see the different neighborhoods and different social groups. And depending on the neighborhood, there are some factors and indicators that might be better than if we compare to another neighborhood, will be really bad. We are also in another European project. Is the Health for You Kids. And this one, it was something that we really liked. And it tries to reduce the obesity in children, which we all know that is really important. We changed some aspects to focus this in the analysis of the obesity environment. And this is something that we are carrying out here in Valencia, and it's also in 5 countries, and we are working together to carry this out. And we also are working with joint action to strengthen the health public services and to be able to face the main problems that we have for those diseases that are non-communicable. And we can see here that we have a work package which is called Healthy Living Environment that we are leading from Valencia, and we are working together with them from different perspectives, thinking that the city is a really big environment that has small environments inside, such as the school, the work, or any other environment. There are many different topics. I just put a few of them. And just to wrap up, I want to share with you some of the lessons that we learned. These tools that are really intuitive and that we can see the results help us to see and to know how to lead the projects for the health councils, because they put on the table some methodologies that we want to do, but we don't know maybe how to do it or how to carry out. So there is a group of city councils that they join these projects, but they are not moving forward. So we say that it really doesn't matter if they do have the education, the information. At one point they will click and they will be able to carry out any project. But if they are outside of the network, then there's nothing to do about it. So we really like to be all together and to listen everyone. So that's everything on my side. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Rosana. Bueno, sí,
Thank you very much, Rosana. You are really a referent here in the Valencian community. And it's the same for Catalina Núñez from the Balearic Islands. She's been working in the health government too, and she has been working from the tool which is named Entornos de Vida. First of all, I would like to thank you all for having me here. And in connection with my colleague Rosana said, I want to present you this tool that also is based on many things that we mentioned here today. But it is true that we already talked about many of the points. So here we have Eina Salud. This platform promotes health, and the framework is the different social identifications from health. And I want to say how we work with this tool. And if we go back to the very beginning, in 2016, in the Balearic Islands, we developed the strategy for health in the islands, and many of the actions were focused mainly in 4 groups: the citizens, the policymakers, the patients, and the communities. And within these goals and the action line, we wanted to create a digital platform where this strategy could be implemented. So this platform, Eina Salud, has 4 big sides. One for institutions, where health is present in all the policies, another for the citizens, another for at an individual level in the sense of nutrition, tobacco, addictions, well-being. Also one side for patients and also another one for the communities. Within this side of communities, we have these centers that promote health, and also the big part that I'm going to be talking about is the community network and the work that we do with them. Who is this website for? Well, this one is addressed for everyone that works related to health, local administration, professionals in sectors related to quality of life, policymakers, neighbors, to everyone that want to check it and have it as a reference. So how can we help you? We have three big key points here. If a town hall wants to be a healthy municipality, well, they can go here and access. And so they have all these steps to follow in order to become a healthy municipality. Maybe someone that started a community participation process, or maybe in a different place. If we are talking about what is a healthy municipality, we need to know what it is. So this website, as we said before, is designated for many people from different backgrounds. So we need to understand the basics. We need to understand what is a healthy municipality. And we would have the definition here. And on the second hand, we have something that we already talked about. Okay, if I want to be a healthy municipality, then how much is my municipality of healthy? And in this case, this tool would be really important, and is when it takes place, because it allows us to measure how healthy are we. And the third step in the question of I want to be a healthy municipality is how can we implement this? I want to have these tables. I want to look for these active actors. So this is linked to what Anna said previously and what Gemma said before too. Can I be a healthy municipality? Maybe yes, maybe not, but I do want to start a community action process. So based on that, based on this guide that we have here, we have these 6 phases and the cycle of the community action and how we need to carry out these. For instance, in the second phase, in the diagnosis of the community, it's linked to the guide of the mapping, of the active mapping that we did in the Balearic Islands a long time ago. So in this way, we will know how to localize the actives. Finally, we also have a process, but we might encounter some problems. For instance, we have a neighborhood with an important process that is active, but they ask how to manage some problems because, for instance, there was a really high drug intake around there. So we did like a checklist with 10 steps to follow to work that problem that linked to what you said previously. Maybe we can introduce art next to this education center and we can face this challenge of drugs. What else do we have in this platform? We have resources, and the good thing about this is that it might change, it might be changing the lay over, but we can add more tools, we can add resources, and there is a good practices area so people can see what is being done in other places. We, for instance, have here the healthy routes from the Canary Islands, which I must say that we are really proud of. And we hope to have many more good examples to say. And also we have a site in the platform to share our experiences. So it's not only about how to be a healthy municipality, but also let me know how you did it so I can connect with you and learn from you and do the same. This tool, I believe, is really resourceful, and I think I do not have more time. Is that correct? Okay. So I'll go quickly. And going back to this tool, we are working in this tool. This is an ongoing process, and this is something that we talked before. The training is a big part of this tool, so we can offer this information and we can offer these trainings, and we are also doing many trainings in green environments, in blue environments, and I think this platform can reach to everyone, and it seems that in the Balearic Islands we can get to know everyone because we are not much. So if we share this, everyone can hear about it. And I want to highlight the work from two specific people that is behind this tool, which is Elena Cabezala and Maria Ramos, which are always taking the lead on this platform. So I invite you all to check this out. It is true that I spoke about the health at the local level, but there is plenty more. So thank you very much. We will keep growing.
Muchas gracias, Cata.
Thank you very much. We are a little bit late, but I think we must have some 2 or 3 questions from the public. I know you're thinking about many things, you have doubts or interests you would like to know about the presentation you have just heard. Please raise your hand if you have any question. Can you please introduce yourself? I'm Paulo Rosoyo. I'm part of Alpuig, Municipality of Valencia. We are also part of the Promotion and Prevention Health Strategy, and I have been listening about many municipalities, small and bigger. We have 8,000 inhabitants in Alpuig, and well, I don't know if Rosanna said it, or maybe I'm wrong. Well, Emma. It is important to talk about health policies, and on the local level, it is important to work for health. In our case, I work with health, and I like health because I like it. I like eating healthy, I like doing physical activity, but it is not mandatory. We have a 2,500 euros budget, and with that we cannot do that much. So I think that health is important as a policy that is the core of everything, but I also think that coordination is important. We are talking about tourism techniques, agriculture techniques, etc. And I think that the leaders should also guide us in order to carry out a work on a health. Small municipalities have to be strong. I have been working for 18 years now in the same municipality, and what we are doing is applying health in our employment project. How do we do that? Through policies and through projects so that health can be the core item to improve employment. There are people with sleeping problems, for example, and if we work with them, we can improve their health. And I think it's important for health to be in the councillor offices, also involved in other kinds of policies. This is my opinion as state employed. And furthermore, if children do not have physical exercise, PE teachers, how can they implement healthy habits? Furthermore, people who manage health, they must be an example. We cannot have doctors or health professionals who do not take care of themselves. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your opinion with us. I could talk for another 10 minutes, but I just wanted to share this opinion because I'm working with health, with employment, and trying to do so through employment, which is my field. I've been working there for 18 years. I think that this may be a very specialized vision. Okay, please share the microphone. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Javier, may I say one thing? For the Valencian community municipalities, we have published a decree during the summer, but with elections, maybe it has not been talked a lot about it. In this decree, we have said that infrasectoral tables must talk about these problems and carry out many policies. Now, there are authorities that are boosting these policies, and we are writing and organizing the interaction between these two items for both small and bigger municipalities. So we are finishing to organize these tools. And I think that this will help a lot because there is a legislation behind it. Furthermore than institutions, territory and educational directorate, and I hope it can be useful. Is there any other question? Thank you very much. I am Carmen Bertral. We are here with some colleagues from the Catalonia Health Council, and we are in charge of the attention of the primary healthcare. We are developing some ideas and projects in the municipalities field and the city council's field. Just to share an idea, we all have lived the recent elections, and from the council we have thought that everything that all the mayors were asking for the role they have to play must be taken into account. So probably the health idea, the prevention idea is not that clear to anyone, has not been embraced by everyone. So I think that leaders must manage, must lead the healthy municipalities. From the Health Council of Catalonia, for example, during this month of October, we could organize a webinar with all the mayors of Catalonia who would like to be part of it, to launch the message of what it means to be part of a middle, small or big municipality within the framework of the health of our cities. Second, I wanted to ask a question to the minister. With the reform, how can we carry out participation reforms all over the country? Because there are many people who cannot participate because they are working. Well, the difference between our country, our autonomous communities, with the Nordic countries is huge. They have been working for many, many years on a different lifestyle, on time optimization. That's why some countries of the Mediterranean should learn from them. Thank you very much. Could you please answer? Thank you very much. I understand that the time reform you're talking about, well, that you're talking about employment policies, right? Of course. The topic of health in all policies is very important to us, but we cannot address this topic in all policies. Of course, we have a tool to assess and integrate a comprehensive approach in all policies. This tool is also available both in Spanish and in English in our webpage, and it is about how to increase and integrate participation, and within it, how to take into account different aspects such as timings, in which we establish different interventions of participation, different groups, and all the conciliation policies in order to integrate the participation within the health programs, and thinking about the availability to offer these programs to different social groups. All of these, of course, must be taken into account when we will write and organize these participation policies. Of course, we cannot take into account all the solutions from the health ministry, but we are taking it into account with our tool, and we are also assessing our projects, our own tools, and we want to increase and improve our participation. I am very, very sorry. There is no time for any further question. Now we must have lunch. So the mayor of Valencia has told us we have a paella for lunch. We are going to go where we had the coffee before. We are here at 2:45 to enjoy the third round.
Al principio,
How are you doing? As I was saying at the beginning, are you doing well? Now we're going to move on to the next part. And I want to congratulate the moderator of the last roundtable for managing everything well. I hope that everybody is up to this task to continue now after the paella. We are going to move on to the next roundtable that is going to be to the sustainability and active mobility. Ana de Los Angeles will be the hero now, who's the director of the Office of Strategic Mobility. I hope everything goes well. Thank you very much to everyone. And yes, we do have the challenge to not fall asleep. And we have a couple of challenges that we need to tackle now. I think that everything is going to go quite well because we are going to have a couple of speakers that are excellent. I'm very happy to be here. I work in the Ministry of Mobility, and I'm very happy to be able to mix both worlds, the one of health and the one of mobility. We are in the middle of it all, and we are seeing a very big impact and challenges in the energy transitions. We're trying to mix and cross-cut all the different social policies. So I'm very happy to be here representing the sector of mobility, of transport. We're going to talk about active mobility, and we are going to have people speaking from other countries. That's excellent, and I'm very happy to. I'm very excited to hear from them. We're going to see how do we support the initiatives at a local level, and what is the role that we need to take to help the various cities. And then we're going to have a last vision of the academics. This is going to be great, therefore. There's someone who is not going to be able to come who are the representatives of the municipality of Paris. It was going to be an excellent example to hear from them about the transformation of the city that is very complex. Complex is such a big city, so it would have been a great example. All right, so I'm going to take 3 minutes from the time that it was going to be for them to use it and explain a little bit about the cyclable strategy from the Ministry of Mobility and Urban Agenda. We had a promotion of the cyclist strategy. Some of the countries did already have this strategy in place, and we have a question to throw in. What role does the state have in this context of cyclable strategies? We can foster cycling tourism, and we are trying to improve, and we need to improve the infrastructure of cycle paths. In the spring, we have created a guide for the regions, and we want all the regional technicians to have it, and the local technicians, so they can use it and learn from it. From the ministry, I've got to say that is very important to highlight the importance of cycling. Is going to be an engine to sustainability. However, for it to really be enough, we need to have a good infrastructure. We are not at the head of cyclable mobility in Spain. This is an element that sometimes is not integrated among the whole society because we don't have the right infrastructure. They are quite a risk if we are talking about the layer of the population that is children and the elderly. So what we need to work on, and what we're trying to do, is to make it safe for this part of the population. We want to create the infrastructure of consolidated urban spaces, but this is not very easy because the spaces are what they are. So it's very difficult to change them. The guide is not an ABC guide of what you need to do and that everything is going to always work. Okay, we need to adapt it. And then we have to check on the different options that we have in the guide and see which one is going to be the best one, the most adequate for the city, be it a bus lane or a cycle lane. We work with the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces, and you'll want to look for the guide. Has been uploaded to the guide. If for you, the technicians, you have any feedback on how we could improve that, we are open to suggestions. Now we are going to move on to the content of the different presentations. Eva Mastri comes from the Federal Ministry of Action for the Climate, Environment, Mobility, Innovation and Technology. I don't know if I'm leaving anything behind. And this is of the Republic of Austria. So thank you very much for being here.
So good afternoon. Hello, everybody. I hope you do not fall into a coma of sleeping after this wonderful lunch. I have the difficult task to entertain you. No. I come from the Department of Active Mobility, which is quite strange because I'm from the environment part. I work for WHO from the environment side, and now I'm back in the Ministry of Transport, which was woven together. So I'm back in the old business of building highways and all this, and there was no space for us. And we created a department that says active mobility, and I said, oh. And we had no money originally, and so this is quite a challenge. But we think transport is a key for health, and I explain you why. We have this Charter of Athens for all those who did not study urban planning. It's a deweaving of function. You separate the city into different structural units, which was the medial city was always very close. You could walk there, you could ride with the bike, not in the medieval times, but now. And with the deweaving, you get longer distances. You have structures built in the last 50 years that are based on cheap fossil energy, which is replacing body energy with cheap fossil energy, which makes us fat, but it costs nearly nothing. In the 1970s, we had the first crisis then, and now we realize that's not maybe the best solutions. We have a climate crisis, we have a health crisis, and we're working on it, and we're working in the wrong direction because everything gets bigger, bigger cars, faster highways, faster trains, longer distances. So what does it all has to do with transport? These structural problems go back to walking. And the next thing is we have structural problems of seeing walking in the statistics because you have different way, the main mode. So if you go by train and you walk to train, it's a train ride in statistics. And for politicians, that means what you don't see in the statistics, you do not make policies for. So walking is heavily underrepresented. High infrastructure, high-speed infrastructure is so sexy. You can open up a new highway, a new train, whatever it is. But have you heard a mayor finding it very sexy to open up a new pavement? So higher speeds, higher distances, all this makes it less attractive for walking. So if you're the only one walking next to a highway, you understand it perfectly. And so your aim is to get a car as fast as possible, which most adolescents do. And then we have the other statistical data that very often car trips are in a distance which is not necessary to jump into the car. But people do it not because they're stupid, but they have perfect reasons for it's so dangerous, it's less attractive. Would you walk with a 5-year-old child next to a high-speed lane where it's only when it's raining, when there's snow, and when you have no walkway for you? So this is a reasonable decision, and that's a potential to go on. We have a lot of ambitions. We have the Fit for 55 package, we have all these, we have a government program. I'm sure all of you have some government programs, we have community programs, all this, and we have the PEP, Pan-European Program, Transport, Health and Environment. And I think these Pan-European programs of a WHO unit shows us exactly where the problem is. We have to talk more to experts from all tripartites, not the health people to the health people, and the environment people to the environment, and the transport people to the transport, but adapt the knowledge, the thinking to interconnect all these three sectors together. The PEP was a huge success in that way, but it trickles down not good enough on a community level so that people know what's going on in the PEP. It's very important, but you have to do something. Why we think about walking? Walking is climate friendly, resource efficient, it's inclusive for all ages, it's cost efficient, especially in times of high rising costs and inflations and all these problems we are facing. Walking could be a possible solution. Then we say, you don't save the world by walking. Yeah, this little CO2 I produce, you know. But the problem is, cities live on walking. Cities are living fabrics of social context. To be inclusive, people have to meet each other. If you're always meeting car by car, there's no social interaction. Health is not about diseases, we heard this morning. And this is a very important sentence. Health is about infrastructure. Infrastructure is read by people. They are not stupid going in the car. They're doing it because it's reasonable for them. So if you want people to walk, you don't write a curriculum and tell everybody you should walk. You have to make infrastructures that are attractive. You have to make infrastructures that are inviting, that I feel safe, either if I'm an old person or a very young person. Jan Gill says it. People that works for 8 years and are 80 years old, that is good for everybody. So these infrastructures which offer that, these cities that offer such infrastructures are full for life and are for disabled people, are for children, are for unaccompanied walking and playing. It's not good if you have always accompany your child with the car to the school, because there is not enough activeness before the school. It's not good that you have your old disabled mother, that you have to bring her to the doctor every time. If she can do it with her rollator, I don't know the English word for it, or her wheelchair, if she can do it on her own, it gives her more life years. So the quality of life is depending on the quality of infrastructure, and there's a vital role of the communities that offer that infrastructure and that finance the infrastructure. So again, I want to reiterate, walking is the most important mode of transport because it interweaves all other modes. It's the biodiversity of transport modes is the king, and it touches all aspects, the local health, equity, inclusion, community, active mobility, healthy community, urban planning, but it has to be thought in all these extra points not as an extra layer or something more we have to do, but completely interwoven. And walking is so undervalued, and it's important that politicians do not see it. It has to be integrated in all policies, in all infrastructure planning, and most important in urban planning. Because if you do like these suburban-sized settlements, then you have wide distances, then you have, it's like you put the passive house out of the green meadow, where you have to travel with your super efficient e-car every day. Then it's not efficient in the overall. So what we want is raise awareness about the significance of walking and upgrade local promotion program with a national framework. And so we decided we make a national master plan of walking as a lead strategy. But, you know, the federal country cannot say, okay, you should do it, and you should do it, and you should do it. That works not that good. So the master plans should be on a basic level, but it's a strategic framework strategy. In Austria, I don't know how it's in different countries. We have a federal structure, so the state are only responsible for the high-speed, high-impact infrastructure, and the communities are responsible for the infrastructures of walking and cycling when we talk about the active modes. The problem is all the communities are completely different with their historic developments. Some things are just incidents. About knowledge, awareness of the problems, of the challenges, climate, health. It's completely different in every community, and most important, about tax income. Community structures are financed very often about direct tax income of communities. So if they don't have any income, infrastructure will look like this looks like. So we made a master plan walking, it's called. And the aim is to share the the share of active mobility. And we haven't written the figure. We were much criticized for that, because in a city, in a small town, it can be much easier than on the countryside. And that's why we call it a framework strategy, because the framework says, do as best as you can, and that's your point where you can start. But do it on your own agenda. Do it, make an impact assessment, what is needed here. Maybe you have big schools, maybe you have a university, maybe you have nothing at all but a pensioners' home, whatever it is. So the master plan was done, and it looks like this. It was launched last year by the federal minister, and it was in a governmental program, and it was launched by the minister, so it gets a bit more standing as if we would have done it on our own. And it was participatory, elaborated with all the representatives of the Chamber of Town and Cities and all the national sub-states in Austria. So it has a big backup. And what is also important is not the results at the end are the most important stuff. Sometimes it's even more important to have this process. Talk about these things, why it is important, why is walking to be on the agenda. So, very short, it has 10 fields of actions and 50 recommendations. But then it would be a paper track, and you could put back it in the drawer, and that's it. And we found out it needs more. Walking is on the agenda of the ministry now, and it's part of the National Energy and Climate Plan, which we have to submit to EU like all the other states. We established a national working group of walking, where we exchange on a sub-level experiences and make knowledge sharing. We have webinars, we have capacity building for practitioners, because we found out walking is not on the curriculums of university. For urban planning, for transport planning, it's like, you can do it if you want, but we want to put it back on the agenda as a very important thing. And then the city said, well, that's all very nice, but you know, we don't have that much money. There's always money for high-speed something, a rail or dig down in a mountain, but there's never money for walking. So we have a special program that's called Klimaaktiv. It's a national program for active mobility, and it means money. If you make national, we cannot invest directly in walking infrastructure as a federal governmental body, but we can come with the carrot of the subsidy. So if you do something, you get, for the first time ever in Austria, based on this master plan, you get subsidy money up to 50%. So this is a huge money. And we only could do it because we have a government that gives huge resources. But huge is relative. We have 67 million this year, and imagine what the Alberg Tunnel is costing, or the high-speed rail network is costing through the Semmering. So compared to that, it's small money. But these small peanuts have grown, and this is because of a minister that's really into the topic. So it needs persons that stands behind the topic. They say it's important, and it makes much more difference if something on the political agenda does it than some professor. Sorry for all the professors. They are in the academic world. But if a popular politician says it, it's much more. And you can say whatever you want. It's at the end of the day, it's the money that counts. And this shows quite clearly what it is. Klimaaktiv is not a money machine. It's more. It's a 5 pillars. It's partnership. It's education. It's awareness raising. And the financial support program is part of all this. So this is a package. You can unwrap the gift in all the parts you want. But most important is the advisory program. So a city or town says, oh, we want to do something. Where do we start? Maybe you have a big tourism company, which is in Austria very often the driver. Or you have a school that says, okay, we have a dead child. What can we do? Then we have made-up packages. You don't have to reinvent the pedibus, which is where all the kids go to school on a fixed schedule, because that is already invented. But maybe in an eastern country, they don't know what the western country of Austria are doing. So they all got these informations together. We have an extensive website. We have webinars. So this awareness raising shows you what is there. You don't have to wrap your brains around the new solutions you can use a lot. And this is super to recycle all the ideas of somebody else, because you can then adapt it to your own community. We have different target groups because a school needs different things than a community, than a company. And we have strategic partners, which is part of the success. We have the federal states, and we have the economic chamber behind us. And they do a lot of going out to their specific public, and it makes a difference if we write it in a newsletter to somebody, or if the Chamber of Economic Commerce writes it to their dealers or whatever. So they write that we have the offers and all the ways to get these offers. So a master plan walking is a nice word. What is it behind? You have an assessment, and then the town says, can you write us a fix and ready plug-and-play solution for our city or for our town? And we say no, because your specifics is so different than their specifics. But we put all these together, the knowledge and the questions. We wrote a manual how to write a master plan. And again, the master plan at the end is not the aim. The aim is the process. And sometimes when you're in a small town and you say, we make a master plan walking, everybody's there. Let's make some climate superheroes and we make a master plan walking. The problem is when you come to measures, then you differ the parties. And especially some parties in Austria really say, freedom of car is more important than something else. So the discussion is really part of the process. And we are sorry, from the federal state level, we say, this is your point of beans, you have to eat that. And when you're ready, you're ready. And if not, not. And you do not get any money for the paper. You only get it for the ready measures, and you apply for subsidy of measures. And when you apply for measures, you get 10% of the measures. If you build some infrastructures for 3 million euros, you can put your master plan walking, which you do for 10,000 euros, into it. So this is a nice trick that they don't do some concepts and master plans and put them in the drawer, but you have to realize you get only money if you build something. And it has to be built in a way that is very generous, very good, and very often they say, oh, it's a problem of space. So you start, the problem of space is never a problem of space. The problem of space is always a problem of priorities. Who is prior in this street? Do we give the space to parking cars used 30 minutes a day? Do we give the space to children? And all this is wrapped up together in your master plan. So, two more. We, as a federal level, we are responsible for the traffic code, and we did some slight amendments. Slight but important, because the traffic codes very often are written from the perspective of easygoing transport by car. So we try to turn it around. We have a lot of opposition, but so we do it in slow pieces. I think that's a psychological point of view that is very important. A dead-end street is only dead-end for cars, not for walkers by. And the new signs which we put up in the traffic code shows that it's not dead-end for walkers or people on the bicycle. And the other one we shortly have, it was the European Mobility Week. So this is a very successful method, but I tell you again, awareness raising is not that thing that brings us forward. Because if we have done it, then we have met our challenges. But the problem is, it did not work. Infrastructure speaks, money speaks. And to wrap up, you have to get the money, no matter from where. You have to adapt the infrastructure only if the infrastructure and the quality of being in a space, in a public space, on a street, is so that you say, I like to use it, then you will walk, then you will experience a new way of making transport. This is easier for big cities than for rural areas, that's clear, but walking is very much interwoven with public transport, with extending the range with the bicycles, and where it's safe, look outside. When you say, would you drive with a bicycle on the highway up there, or would you go down with the trees around, where it's pleasant, where people meet? So cities are not buildings. Cities are woven from interactions of social contacts, and where these social contacts are possible, where you have walking and encounter, then you have living cities. And those are the cities you'd go and feel safe, because people are on the street and not only cars around you. So that's it. I hope it was not too long. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva, and so many lessons learned from this state, national level. Thank you. Well, muchas gracias. Tenemos a nuestro segundo.
And now we have our next speaker, who is José María García Urbano, who's the mayor of Estepona, who's going to present the project Estepona for Climate. I have his CV right here. I'm going to summarize it very fast. He's a lawyer of the state, and he has worked in the Ministry of Justice, and has been as a director of nationality, and he has represented the state of Spain in many places. He has been a teacher of law in several universities, and nowadays he's the mayor of Estepona. We are very happy to have you here, and go on. Thank you very much, Secretary General, and I'm very glad to be here with you all sharing this day. Congratulations to the ministry, because everything that has to do with doing something pedagogical is great and is very useful. Everything helps. So it's very good that we raise this awareness, and we are creating a world that is something resembling to the world that we had before. However, into the future, we want to keep on improving in generating green spaces for cycling and other things. We want to work on the a natural ecosystem. Nowadays, some initiatives are very arduous, very hard, because the context is more challenging than ever. We want to segregate to the cycle lanes. Some of us use cycle during the weekends, but also during the weeks, and we have witnessed an increase of the fatalities of cyclists. I know that many of us who cycle on the road are in a very dangerous space, and we want to change it. I am the mayor of Estepona, very happy to be, and I'm very happy to say that we are working to improving things so they are as they used to be nowadays, or even better. Sometimes we are still debating, or some people debate or argue that climate change is not real. Okay, but I think that nowadays we are so aware and we are so seeing the repercussions of climate change that I think that we there's no way to debate that. We have experiences down south in the region of in the regions down south of the coastlines being flooded constantly because of the changing weather. We have also been experiencing very high temperatures during the hot months, which are higher than ever. All the Mediterranean coastline is also suffering from a lack of water. There has always been drought here and there, and a lack of water when we need to water the crops. But now the problem is increasing. I remember when I was a kid, all the natural space, and you could take a bath everywhere because there was water everywhere. But now everything has changed. That is why nowadays we cannot stop to debate or to argue whether there's climate change or not. We need to act. And what have we done in that respect in Estepona? So we have made many things. I've got to say that our key element is the determination that we have as Estepona to take the measures that are needed. We have worked with pedagogical learning through creation of consensus among all the different actors. And sometimes we need to have a political support to convince people and to make things a reality. Thanks to a consensus on whether on that we needed to do things, we have achieved many things. We have created 18 kilometers in which you can go on foot or cycle. I don't have the square meters that are encompassed in these 18 kilometers. But I've got to say at this point that we don't have a big area itself in Estepona. No? However, these 18 kilometers for the area that we may have is a lot. We are not cutting traffic, okay? Straight on. What we have done is to create this path for walking and cycling. We have put we have put new smells, new trees, new nature in these spaces, and this is the result. I'm going to shut up a little bit and let you see this video.
Por donde van esas bicicletas.
This used to be a national road 340. And that was once again the National Road 340. Thank you very much for the technicians who have played the video. And tell me, don't you want to go and visit Estepona? Okay, so you're invited. You're all invited to come. We would be happy to host you. This is a summary that works even more than all of the words. The habits of the citizens have changed, because they used to be able to park in front of the house and now they can't. Yeah, right? And when they go shopping, they cannot do as they used to be. Yeah, right? So they change their habits. But all in all, I've got to say that and increasingly people have become aware that this was needed and this was a good thing for the area. Here we can argue whether it's more beautiful or less, but let's check on the consequences on the social economical aspects. Estepona, 10 years ago, had a 35% of unemployment and nowadays is close to zero. We have improved the connectivity, the mobility of the citizens. And without the help of everybody, this would not have been possible. The social problem that we have now is that we don't have enough people to work. Okay, so this is a good thing that we've done in out of Estepona. It is an attractive place now for everyone to live, to work. It's attractive for the industry, for the clean industry, for the sector of services. And so all in all, we have revitalized, creating new life on this place. We have even improved on some sectors, such as sports, tourism, etc., etc. We have created work niches, and this the evolution has been in parallel with other sectors. We have many hotels, many more hotels than before, and the environment that has been created with the money and the initiative and all the efforts from the public bodies and actors have shown us a good outcome. We are the garden of the Costa del Sol, the sunny coast, as we call it, and we have bought many seats, 1,000 seats at 0.10 euros, so the 10 cents. And we try to renew the green spaces. So our city lives out from tourism, so the cost of this hasn't been that big, because it totals to 3-4 millions. We have a coastal path, and we have generated this path that goes along the coast. We have reorganized, redesigned the roads, and we have led this coastline as a place, as a corridor for people to walk and to really enjoy the nature, the environment. Last of all, I would like to mention the problem of water. This determination to change the habits of people came from the imposition of Europe to lower the emissions. The last thing that we did was to be able to change the national road from Cádiz to Barcelona that went through the city center of Valencia and through this town center of Estepona. We have made of it a boulevard. So I want to finish up with the problem of water. It is a tricky problem, and all the tasks that we have done or carried out have summed up to all the work that has been done in the town. We don't have drinking water in Estepona itself, but we have a lot of salty water. So we have created plants to convert this salty water into drinking water. So each one of the towns that face this problem were able to have this option to tackle this lack of drinking water. We needed to have an extra energy to make the salty water drinkable. So thanks to these plants, we can use this water to water the crops. So we are solving a problem that was crucial, and then we can offer also this drinking water to the households at almost a cost of €0. So thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much, and congratulations for the result that we have seen. We see that it has been a long-term project. It has gone across a whole decade. And now we have Manuel Franco, a coordinator of the project of Heart Healthy Foods. He's from Alcalá de Henares. He's been in the University of Alcalá de Henares, and of that of Johns Hopkins, and he has worked on urban epidemiology and its importance on the city. It has been the head of 14. It has led 14 studies, and he has established collaborations with people all over the world. So it's a pleasure to have him here.
Gracias, Ángeles. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's a true pleasure to be here. Valencia is now the city of sustainability, of sustainable research, and of research in sustainable health and urban health. I was mistaken with the hotel. This morning I had to take a taxi, and I spent 20 minutes, €12 to come here, and they told me, don't worry, here if you pay €10 there is a shared system of bikes and 30 minutes are free. So I decided to take the bike. Sustainable transport, which is one of the best ones of Europe, and furthermore Valencia is the green capital of Europe. And I didn't have to pay a lot of money to go through the city, and I have taken a sustainable bike. I will talk Spanglish. I have always wanted to be like Jennifer Lopez, so I will talk both English and Spanish so that our colleagues from Europe will understand what I say.
And how epidemiological research informs healthy, equitable, and sustainable urbanism. And that's what I've been doing for a living, both in the United States, in Europe, and Madrid for the last 20 years, because urban health and social epidemiology are now regular research areas, urban health being one that is continuously growing. And given that I have your attention, I just published an editorial with other researchers in the United States talking about what are the current challenges and opportunities for conducting urban health research. And one of the challenges, of course, is the social and health inequalities that we find in our cities. We have talked about this several times today. Also climate change, as we were talking about Estepona, el problema de las olas de calor en el Mediterráneo enormes. And one of the main problems that we have is translation. So how all this evidence that we have nowadays actually does not translate into policies that are sustainable and that are evaluated and therefore are sustained in our cities. And for that, we have very sad news and very sad examples in our country. Finally, I think that there's a lot of opportunities in terms of research, some of them comparing cities around the world, something that is very unusual and not easy because we don't have the same type of data across cities. I will show you some examples of mixed methods and policy evaluations. Talking about comparisons across cities, el alcalde de
the mayor of Estepona talked about the 21 kilometers of his city. Then we also have Alejandría, which is one of the most important cities where they have built a motorway which is just near the library. This is one of the ways to build motorways in a sustainable and urban healthy way.
Back to epidemiology and research. This is a very important paper by colleagues in Isglobal in Barcelona, talking about what is the knowledge that we have nowadays from epidemiology in terms of green spaces and how that relates to population health in our cities, something that is fundamental in this, for this conference nowadays. So they say green spaces have been associated with different health effects, including all-cause and cardiovascular mortality, mental health, things that we have been seeing today. Of course, this goes through mental health processes, for example, but also as physical activity and air pollution that we will see right now. Well, I will talk very shortly about this project, the Heart Healthy Hoods project, which actually was the first European Research Council project in urban health. This project was awarded to me in 2013, and we have been working for 7 years, and actually we keep on publishing from this project. And again, this was the first European project on such a thing as urban health. Now we have more and more, but urban health is a research area that is necessarily interdisciplinary. So people from the field of medicine, epidemiology, biostatistics, we end up working with geographers, with sociologists, and actually this money came from the world of geography. So in the Heart Healthy Hoods project, what we were saying is the fact that we develop cardiovascular diseases is not only because how do we behave as individuals, but is also due to where we live and how do we live in different places in our cities. And what we were saying is that the environment in relation to tobacco, for example, to physical activity, which is what I will be talking right now, or the environment in terms of food or alcohol relates to how do we behave as individuals, and finally, our risk to develop cardiovascular disease or other chronic diseases. So very fast, when we got this project, we realized that we not only have to produce research outputs, more projects, articles, etc., but we have to share this knowledge with the general population. So we have to learn how to communicate, how to deal with the media, to communicate this knowledge. And this is something that we published about it with Karma Borrell, who was here this morning and had to leave. Karma Borrell, who has been developing a lot of urban health research, and we ended up discussing for hours about this figure that finally says, if we want to improve population health, if we want to reduce health inequalities, not only we need good research, but we also need policymakers, and therefore la alcaldesa de Huesca y el alcalde de Estepona are here today, and the ministry, for example, came here, but also citizens and local residents have to be involved in this discussion. So for that, not only we need good research or to do great papers, as some of us we do here, but also we need to get more pieces of our population involved. Again, we were lucky enough to engage different researchers, not only epidemiologists, but also primary healthcare researchers, geographers, sociologists, but also photographers, for example, or citizen science professionals. Well, for those of you who don't know the municipality of Madrid, this is our beloved city, beloved for some of us at least, where we have the duty of working there. It's the third largest city in Europe. So we are just below London and Paris in terms of population. And you know that Madrid keeps on growing and growing. So this is a humongous city that's not easy to understand what is actually the definition of the metropolitan area of the city of Madrid. But we concentrated in the 21 districts, 128 neighborhoods that include 3.2 million people. And the idea was to have a picture of what is the cardiovascular disease profile and how this cardiovascular disease risk relates to where do you live in terms, for example, of walking. We have been talking about walking. Thank you for sharing your experience in Austria. This is the first analysis of a colleague of mine, Pedro Gullón, who actually what he did is to test if you go to the street and you measure how walkable a street is, if you do it online and you use online virtual audits as Google Street View is this possible? Is this a tool that we can use for healthy urbanism? And we showed that this is something that we can use. 10 years later, a student of Pedro and myself, Mario Fontan, we did a very sophisticated project of mixing qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis of what is the use of parks in the city of Madrid. So we went to parks in high-level socioeconomic status neighborhoods, medium socioeconomic status neighborhood in Madrid, and low-income neighborhood in Madrid. And we checked for days what is the use in terms of physical activity of these parks. And then on the top of that, we interviewed people living in those areas, telling us what do they think about their parks and how these parks should be improved for physical activity. Another interesting paper published in a journal is called Health and Place. Here we used only qualitative analysis for understanding how can we improve the use of parks. And another quick result, very interesting one, using 1.5 million data from 1.5 million people in the city of Madrid, we identified how close you live to an exercise facility and if that has an impact on the risk of diabetes and obesity. And yes, the more facilities you have around you, the less diabetes and the less obesity we showed. So finally, I would like to show a participatory action research that we conducted with colleagues at the Ayuntamiento de Madrid. And this was a very successful project working in underserved communities in the south of Madrid, in two neighborhoods of Villaverde. And this was very successful. We started with understanding food environment, and then we did alcohol environment, and then we did physical activity environment. And I will show you just the results from physical activity environment of people living in two neighborhoods, one in high income and low income. And actually, very interesting, they said that in order to improve physical activity in their cities, in their neighborhoods, active transportation is the first thing that needs to be changed. So the way we burn more calories, the way we are more active in our cities, is not by engaging in running or CrossFit or fancy activities. No, it's just by taking our buses, taking our public transportation on a daily basis. So in order for research to be translated into policy, this area of urban health has done a lot of next steps, and one of them is taking this knowledge to policymakers. Because this project was funded by the European Union, we were invited to go to the European Parliament. So here we are, the citizens of Villaverde and the technicians of the Ayuntamiento de Madrid in the European Parliament, sharing the exhibition of this project. And nowadays this led to us to be able to run 4 more projects in terms of physical activity and eating patterns from children and adolescents to, well, one in Madrid and Bilbao, the other one in all over Spain on childhood obesity. This one is also in collaboration with the Ayuntamiento de Madrid. And finally, this is a project that we will start in November, the 1st of November. This is a collaborative project on obesity prevention, because it's still a huge problem in Europe, especially in Southern Europe. And this is a project that we will be conducting again for 5 years, starting next year. Well, as Angeles said, I have the pleasure to have a column specifically on urban health. So I invite you to read it, not because it's fantastically written, because it is the only way that we have scientists to be able to translate and to tell in regular words to a public that will never read our scientific papers. So thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. We have now the last speaker of our roundtable, another view of another city. We have the view of Valencia with José Ignacio Lacomba Anduesa, Head of Parks and Garden Services of Valencia City Council. He works in Valencia since 2018. I am summing it up a lot. He is head and responsible of the park of Albufera, among other things. I hope I've now left nothing behind. Thank you very much. Thank you to the organization for inviting us. Thank you for being here. I wanted to say that Valencia will be the next green European capital, and this is a very special prize, and this is the first time that a Mediterranean city is receiving such prize. This is very important. This is why we are very proud of it. Valencia, we can find it within 4 natural systems. Albufera, that surrounds the city. These are very important actives and environmental services that have marked and the history and the essence of the city. It was the citizens who allow us today to enjoy this fantastic park when a new channel was built in order to empty the river, because the flood killed many people. The initial project was a motorway, a urban motorway to coordinate all the traffic within the city. The civil society decided to say no, because they said their motto was, "We want a green river." So that's the project. We decided to create the current Turia, which is this garden, as the Professor Franco was saying. This is one of the major urban parks of Europe with 130 hectares. It is 88 kilometers long, and this is a symbol of Valencia. That's what also happened in another treasure, which is El Saler. It is a pine wood near the sea, as you can see in the picture. During the 70s and the 60s, it was a very big touristic resort with hundreds of apartments and hotels. In this case, the civil society also decided to oppose because they wanted El Saler not to be a touristic resort, and that's what was burned. Of course, this is one of the most fantastic examples of what civil society can do. I wanted to show a video. Do we have it? Okay. This is a very short video that was used for the Valencia bid for the Green Capital 2024 that we won. This is just a part of the video.
Valencia is a great city, a town with a valuable heritage and an exciting future. Our fathers and mothers had a vision. Where there was a river, they saw a green area that would provide the backbone of the city, that would fill it with life, culture and well-being. And they made it real. If you look closely in the Valencian Huerta, you will see centuries of tradition, but also a green belt that gives us quality.
On a mission together.
On a mission together is the motto of our bid. This is not a government project, neither a municipality project. It is a city project, a citizen project. This is a cross-cutting project. Valencia has a vocation of a clean city without pollution, an inclusive, welcoming, healthy, urban city. We applied a strategic framework within the SDGs and the European Urban Agenda, which is the path to go towards the innovation and our sustainable city strategy and policy. That's what has been the core of our strategy. These are the 6 parts of our bid. Among these, we have sustainable city. We have also claimed the innovation and the participation of the citizens, so that through our project that transformed our city could achieve our objective. At the end of the day, all of these policies and this project put people right in the center of the urban strategy in order to generate a better quality of life for our citizens. And that's what has been generated. A lot of efforts of urban sustainability. Nowadays, Valencia has 200 kilometers of bike paths, 150,000 kilometers are now only for pedestrians, 7.5 square meters have been changed in order to be more green. This is the average surface for inhabitants, and there are also many actives that have allowed us to save our city, Valencia, that is also the 2017 capital of healthy nutrition. My colleagues also were reminding me that within the strategy of a healthy city, this was one of the Valencian project, which is the healthy route construction here in Valencia, which is very important for our health. All of these efforts, plans, actions, projects is what the European Commission has acknowledged and has decided to award us as the 2024 Green Capital. It is not because Valencia is a perfect city, but it has been acknowledged that we are trying to find new models, a new model of a city that have a framework of sustainability, of health, of sustainability within their strategies, and to tackle all these crises, and also to be a welcoming city, like a shield for our citizens. You are all invited to be part in 2024 of the year of the Green Capital of Valencia, and we hope you to help us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We started later, so we are finishing later. I do not know if we have just 5 minutes for some questions. Okay, yes. I also have questions to do. I don't know if someone from the public would like to ask something. Is there a microphone there? Thank you very much. Good afternoon. This roundtable has been very interesting. I would have questions for everyone, but I have a specific question for Eva. I would like to know if you had time to assess the results in the different cities where these actions related to walking has been carried out, and if you have seen a change in the percentage of people that decided to start walking. Thank you very much.
The government subsidiary program goes to, we don't have the money to do all cities in Austria. That's not possible to reform them. So the cities have to come and do a lot of work on their own. I think it's very important to start this work, and some cities have a medial aim that they have the master plan, and then they have measures. So they have a strategic way of working through the measures to be taken, for example, the next 10 years or whatever. As we know, all these things cost a lot of money, and you can remodel it within 1 year if you have endless money, but usually communities don't have this endless money. So the reality is they will do it step by step. You will assess it, reassess it, and do whatever is in your budget. And so the money goes to the forerunner cities that are ready to do this. So other communities see it's working, it's worth the investment. So the aim is not remodeling. The aim is at the end save CO2 and make it a climate neutral city with a transport system that is healthy, that is inviting. So nobody has to go by car because there's no other opportunity, but you can walk, and if you can, because it's safe and pleasant, you would do it easily or more, and the aim is to do it more. And that at the end of the day, those cities will be the winners because they are pleasant. If you think about an industrial town with a lot of air pollution, or if you think about a walkable city with a big city area that is green, that is pleasant, and if you're relocating, where you're locating, if you relocate your business, where is your big international firm choosing its new place? So this is a message on attractivity. that walking is important. We have 19 cities up to now that applied for the money, and they took all the money for the year. But then other mayors, other regional parliaments see, okay, that's an investment in people, that's an investment. Life quality cannot be measured, how happy you are. But in some years you will see it in the health data. Maybe you see it in the data of obesity, of heart failure, on all these. Health is always a problem with data and a long term. And politics is about short-termness. So after 4 years, the politician changes, but your heart failure or your obese kids is still there. And the policies, they are not a quick fix. It's a long run. So you have to have some long breath to go on. But we have, from all Austrian cities, we have 19, and so the other can make a peer-to-peer learning. So, this works well. What was the biggest problems, and how can we overcome these obstacles and challenges? So we have the hope that we have a kind of capacity building of experience, and the most important thing is share experience and share the knowledge of healthy living is an investment. Healthy people are cheaper than sick people in the hospital. You save a lot of money at the end. And as long as we have these budgets, very different. You have the health budget and the transport budget and the environment budget, and mostly all of them are directed into fixture of something broken. And the prevention is so much cheaper. I know this is a lot of money, but it's so much cheaper. Prevent obese kids, prevent unhealthy neighborhoods, prevent drug use, prevent air pollution. And all these together is put down in one single measure of promoting walking. So this is not a quick fix, but it's a simple point of doing it.
Hello. I wanted to ask to the mayor of Estepona if among all the gardens that have been created, if some health topics have been talked about for these interventions, and if you had planned health as a topic of these policies, because they are one of the main topic to widen the policy making. I would say that Elena should answer, but yes, of course, these kinds of policies and strategies such as sustainability are cross-cutting, and as well as a topic of health, we're talking about profits and perks of health, investing in the health of our city. Of course, there is a wide range of indicators that are also implemented in neighborhoods to identify which is the impact. For example, within the framework of the Green Capital, we are really committed within it, but we are forced to have some effects and consequences and to analyze all these consequences on citizens within the framework of Sustainable Development Goals. We have many indicators, and to have a sustainable Valencia, we must intervene to know, and furthermore, such as, for example, now we just have approved a new plan for a green infrastructure of this city with a metropolitan view. And here we are putting our focus on the difference between among all the neighborhoods that may differ in the expectancy of life and health. There is a special attention to the consequences. In Estepona, we do not have any concrete data of economic consequences, but we have an intuition that in 10 years there have been a strong decrease of cardiovascular deaths, for example. I am receiving threats from the moderator to end this roundtable. I just wanted to say that we have been talking about the importance of putting in the agenda this topic, active mobility and awareness. This must be included in the agenda, what Heva has said, and we have also talked about pedagogy and consensus. We have also seen some scientific proofs and that evidence is not enough. We need citizens, we need institutions and communication. Furthermore, we have also seen an example of this neighborhood participation to want, for example, a green park and this kind of citizenship that ends in what do we do to help our citizens. The policy makers are also aware of what their citizens want, and we want to convey this necessity, and we want to know and we want our citizens to know that we care about their necessities and all those manifestations. We must do something else in terms of communications, moreover than the professional field. It is just my idea, and I wanted to end with this reflection, what we can do to invest in these urban, sustainable and healthy environments and the consequences they have for our citizens. Because it is a combination. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you to all the speakers of this roundtable. Now we are heading towards the end. Now someone must conclude all of this, and I think that Pilar Aparicio, who is the Director General of Public Health of the Ministry of Spain, is the perfect person to do so.
Mi querido amigo Javier, no es fácil resumir y condensar.
I think that summing up right now it's very easy. How can we sum this up? I think that this high-level meeting, thanks also to Jose Ignacio, we have some clear consequences. This city has betted on being a sustainable city with a green and healthy environment, and it has achieved it with that political commitment and that citizen participation. So I want to thank the Universidad of Valencia, its botanical garden, which has been a fantastic location to have this high-level meeting. So I will go on thanking our speaker, Javier. I think that your experience has been very useful to us. It has not been an easy task. So thank you very much.
I also want to take this opportunity to say and extend my thanks to our minister to be here for this proposal and to bet on this policy to develop our healthy cities, and that we need to develop at a regional and local level. So in that sense, of course, I also want to say thank you to everyone that made that today was possible, and this high-level meeting was a success. And I want to thank the health minister from Spain and to our colleague Ana Gil, that I'm not going to name all the team members, because if not, this will be long. But I want to extend my special thank you to Gemma to make this event possible, also together with the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces, and that we have all these success stories and all these realities and experiences that are really interesting in our country, as we have seen with the mayor of Estepona. So in that sense, this high-level meeting is also possible because we had a technical secretary, also the hostess, and also our colleague that did that the transmission was possible, and a paper that is really crucial for us, and because we are in a moment that we can freely speak in different languages. So thank you so much for everyone that is here today listening to the interpretation, that you are maybe listening in the Spanish language, but also that you are able to understand us in English. So thank you very much to all moderators, because as you have seen, that they have been quite strict in terms of time and the content, and all these different presentations that we have seen that showed us the different engagement is possible to achieve these changes. We can make a change, as the mayor of Estepona mentioned before. Previously, we could maybe say that we could live healthier. We can debate this, but nowadays we have some challenges that we didn't have before. And nowadays, with the population that we have, with the aging present in society, with that vulnerable society, and with this technological advance, we have the possibility to carry out some really important projects that are on the table, projects such as the Estepona one and the one in the Valencia city. So that's what we need to think about. It is possible. We have so many challenges. There are 5 points: the equity, the cross-cutting, the urbanism, the mobility, and the network collaboration, which are crucial. And that's why we are exchanging here all our experiences from UN Habitat, also from the gender's perspective, with different experiences at an international level that bring us closer from Austria, from Norway, and we can live through them and understand how to put this into practice in our plans. So we can understand and know how we can design a city for children, for the elderly, for the women, to everyone, to protect everyone, our health, and especially for the vulnerable population. And for this, as I was mentioning before, and we said in the different roundtables, it is important the community engagement from the art, as we have seen our colleagues from our colleagues in Madrid, from the design, as our colleague Miriam shared before, how in the different neighborhoods in Utrecht we're adapting the policies, and also how we have seen from Austria the many things that we can carry out and do this active exercise, and how this is possible. And I do believe that if something was cross-cutting, and that we have seen that it was essential in all these success stories that you share with us, was the engagement and the commitment at an international level, national level, at an administrative level, and from the citizens too. And something that is key too, especially today that we are here with a university and also with the collaboration of the Universidad Alcalá de Henares or the one from Madrid, we need this support from these communities. just the fact that we are able to come here will let us see the impact on the health of our communities. So this commitment from all the sectors will help us to move forward. So we don't go back. We need to take the steps forward, and we need to be able to explain to the citizens that all these alternatives that are healthy and green that we are carrying out, that maybe sometimes it's a small change, just like changing a door or little details like that, but they have a big impact if we, as our colleague from Austria mentioned, just as walking, it has a crucial impact on our health. Maybe it's just going 3 steps over, or just not using the public transport. It can be a really healthy city. They also showed us, even from our colleagues from Paris, that they wanted to come here, but they couldn't come in the end. Maybe we can understand from their experience that a city as big as it is Paris, they have seen this transformation, how has been like more cyclable, and something that before it could seem impossible. I'm not going to highlight once again the green areas and the importance of them, but I just want to wrap up. Thank you so much. We need to work all together. So thank you once again for everyone that is here and away.
Lo ha hecho bien, ¿eh?
She's done it very well, right? She's wrapped up everything very well. Well, we have come to the closing of this session, and we are going to give the floor to Octavio Rivera Atienza, who is the Vice Secretary of Health of Spain. Well, good afternoon to everyone. And actually, Sub-Secretary of Health. So first of all, I want to thank everyone and to congratulate you all for this conference today. Through the day, we have had the opportunity to debate all the healthy projects and initiatives. We give thanks to the University of Valencia for labeling us to be here in this splendid botanical garden. Thank you to the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces, and we want to thank all the speakers of today for their amazing presentations. Thank you all for those of you who are present here physically or online. Not long ago, I was able to close one of the sessions of high level, and this is a big responsibility, always. There's a series of limitations in this closing speech because everything that needed to be said has been said. What I wanted to say was to ask you for a favor. Let me take you on a journey back in time. Let's go to a city to see the transformation from the eyes of a child, a young person, and an adult. Nowadays, it's very clear, and mostly because of the green capital that is Valencia, that we can create such a place of green spaces that cover the whole city, that has a wide range of services, and that is close to the sea, so the citizens can enjoy the riches that we have. It is an amazing city for the people to walk, to cycle, and not use the car. However, this wasn't possible in the past. So let me be this child, this youngster, this adult, because I've been through this whole change. I was living in Valencia in the mid-90s, and I was a child back then, and the only park that was in the city centre was the gardens or the park of Viveros. Viveros is greenhouse, and it was the only place for the children to be in a safe space, not being run over by cars. The rest of the city was very dangerous. With the new general plan of city planning of the 88, changed everything up because it changed the riverbed into something different. It avoided the raise of the level of water because when the floodings after the flooding of 57, the Turia was taken out of the city, and through this plan that I told you about, we made of the riverbed something completely different. When we run at a school, we did it on the marches of the river of the Turia, and it was very dangerous. But the river of Turia wasn't what it is today, and it wasn't destined to be what it is today. It feels surprising, but José Ignacio had talked about this imaging, that thanks to this, the initial plan was to have a highway of several lanes all along. However, afterwards, it changed with a different plan. And this was thanks to the initiatives of the citizens. We have created a space in which we can walk and breathe fresh air. We have taken the cars out of this space so they don't pollute anymore. I have lived through these transformations, and I've seen it with my own eyes, how dirty spaces were transformed into friendly places, gardens, and through a process that had a lot of criticism, because these people saw an opportunity of creating a great highway that went to the port of Valencia. And many times we relive the history of the enemy of the people. It reminds me of the work of Ibsen that talks about the doctor of Stockman and warns about the toxicity of the waters that is the income of the people. So, we need to protect the health of the people, but in this book it was seen as the enemy of the people. And they wanted to create a spa against creating a friendly space for everyone, okay? Because it was not beneficial for the economy. Well, going back to Valencia, we have created some places that are friendly, natural, that are for the people against the highway. So now tourists, residents, and everyone who comes here can enjoy, take advantage of these spaces of fresh air. I invite you to walk along this space and check the different parts of it. In one of these spaces, I lived as a child, and I've got to say that my father was working to change this into what it is today, so I'm happy because of that. Another thing I was going to talk about, somebody talked about something, so I can say, well, I used to cycle around the coast, and my father was an engineer. As a child, I wanted to do as every single children, go to have a swim in the sea. But my mother always told me, no, don't go there, because this beach was nothing like what it used to be before. It had been a natural jewel, but afterwards, with the development of the port, it became toxic. It was clear that it was against the interests of the people. And nowadays, the beach that we can see today is not as it used to be, but at least it is for the use of all the citizens of Valencia and tourists. We have seen an amazing picture of Valencia. Valencia used to be a city that was designed to give the back to the sea. The neighborhoods on the coast were far from Valencia, but nowadays, Valencia has reached the beach, and the beach is part of the city. Thanks to the mobilization of the people, we have achieved this. And thanks to that, people were able to stop the Saler natural space from becoming a new urbanized, constructed, built space. So we have preserved the dunes, the forests, and nowadays they are the main characters of that place. We have regenerated the beach because they were lacking the sand that it used to be there. Because we had blocked the movement of water as it used to be. And now we can go to the beach in any part of the year. In regards to mobility, when I was young, one of the reasons why I didn't want to go to school, it wasn't just because I had to get up very early in the morning and to study, but because in order to go to the school, we needed to cross a road that crossed Valencia from north to south. Many times the parents had to stop themselves, the trucks, from going across for the people to cross the road. Nowadays, it is a street, and now what we have is a count that is on the bike lanes, and it counts the number of bikes that goes across it. In Valencia of the 70s, 80s, 90s, at the beginning of the knots, we didn't have any cycle lanes. However, it was amazing to create. It was perfect to create a cycle lane because it's flat. Nowadays, we can witness that is the 7th city in the world of people who who cycle to work. So people cycle across the city, be them residents or tourists. Well, I'm going to conclude with it all because I reckon that you want to go out from here and get a bike and go to El Saler natural space, which I have to stress that this is an amazing place. I'm well aware that there are many cities that are in a state. I think that a city can change the way of doing things. And I have seen this transformation myself. If there are administrations that work towards it, if there's energy, and if there is public investment that allows this project, it is possible. And nowadays, child is not aware of the lacks that we used to have before. So we need to acknowledge the generation of our parents, what they have done. So now it is now our responsibility to keep on building the healthy cities that will be used and enjoyed by future generations. At the Generalitat, the regional government, we've been working to work that alongside the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces, and alongside also with the different city councils. These interventions create a good quality of life, but we need also services to help the less fortunate, to help the elderly, to create cities that are that integrate more people, that fight against addictions, that help in the mental health of the people, who takes away millions of people every year, and as this year has taken away my mother. Sometimes we travel to find our place. When looking for a place to travel to and to live, I think that the guide of the network, or the European network of healthy cities, is amazing for taking a choice. I want to thank all the mayors for having worked so hard to achieve what they have achieved. Last of all, I want to congratulate us and the city of Valencia to have achieved what it has achieved, to become a healthy city. Thank you very much to all.
Pues como llega el momento.
Well, this is the finishing point of it all. Those of you who had